not likely to abate anytime soon. However, we know that there are so many important critical agenda items that must be addressed to move our city forward. And we are writing with a clear ask: focus on those resolutions and agendas items for now. From essential funding for major transportation improvements in our city, to park improvements, funding, to home repair dollars, all of these issues are critical to Flint residents and will improve the lives of our neighbors. They should not have to wait until larger governance questions are resolved to be passed, especially when there is widespread support for them. As a coalition of community organizations, we are asking that in tonight's meeting and those moving forward, that issues around the election of council president and third ward appointments be considered in meetings, but after resolutions, ordinances, and city board appointments items in any council agenda. While it is clear that there is not a majority to address the larger issues around council presidents and the new member appointments, we believe this council has shown repeatedly their willingness to address the actual policy issues in a productive way, and for that, we are grateful. We believe that members have the best interests of the city at heart and sincerely hope that you will be willing to consider this action. There are too many good things taking place in our city for internal disagreements to undermine the progress. Thank you. Flint Neighborhoods United.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Lisa Passberg.
Good evening. Hello, City Council. My name is Lisa Passberg, and I am a resident of the 8th, soon-to-be 6th Ward. And I'm here along with other Flint residents asking this body to support an agenda that focuses on passing important resolutions and items of city business before coming to issues around a new council member appointment and council president elections. We have so many things to be proud of in this city, and it's critical that we work to get the business of the city done. Many items that appear on council resolutions are the result of hard work from residents and neighbors. And while we know there are deep disagreements around other issues, for the many, many issues that this council agrees on, let us focus on getting those passed. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Ariel Mitchell.
Hello, Flint. I'm R.L. Mitchell. I live at 759 East Linden Avenue. By the graveyard is a grace line. And about the situation in Flint, about this, what Mashak and Liddell brought up tonight, not transparency, about the police and the fireman situation there, to go back in the back room and stuff like that, to make we the peoples imagine what they're talking about. Like the popo that got sued for the fireman put his hand on Ed Taylor to keep him from choking Poppycock last week. That's what we assumed that would happen, and she won, making we think she won the case. Because you don't want we the peoples to know about it. You treating us like we in a third world country, like over in Israel, a sneak attack on Jerusalem, and like the Russian getting their ass kicked right now by the Muslim and all that junk, and people don't want the other people to know what really happened. Like one of the wars members talking about, you see the work, you see my work, but at the same time, you go back in and tell the people, the administration downstairs, hey, what you gonna do about Poppycock? And Ed Taylor hop up like and using cuss words, and it wasn't for the fireman. That's all right. Even though he attempted it, he probably sued the police department because the big old chief The pale-faced police walked out there before the meeting was up. It probably done sued and don't want we the people to know about it. And all that junk. People like we, dummies in Flint. Like when I first come from Georgia, 4 years old, laying up on St. John Street, Fairview, reading out a Dick and James book, and fell 2 times in the 3rd grade because every time you said, Dick, see, pop, spot, run, what Dick and James, and my friends always making fun of, couldn't even read a book for secondhand books of them other school teachers on the outside of Flint and all that stuff. Think Flint ain't nothing. Like, enough of that. I hear this is the last council of the night of the year. We gonna get our money or else. Take that. What's that? What you mean, another threat? What you mean? If it ain't no, Eveline, second ward, look up when you, what? Yeah, hello, how you doing? Oh my God! See, that's what I'm talking about, and back to Miss Priestley. She's the one with the money bag. All you gotta do to put the president in, because the little mayor here already took over Lansing and got first ward talking about, we gonna call Lansing and took everything from Flint except Mr. Taylor. Taylor's up there and show you what they do to the peoples. And y'all up there, stay tuned, America.
Next public speaker.
The next speaker is Pastor Adam Morris.
Hello, I'm Pastor Adam Morris. I'm from Lighthouse Spirit of God Church. I've been in the battle that's upon this committee for about 4 years now. I've watched the darkness, I've watched the light, and I've watched the light lead to darkness because of some of you are called to be a light, or you profess to be a light, and you're not the light that you're called to be. A light sets examples, and you guys are not setting examples. Each one of you standing before me has professed before God that you are going to be a living sacrifice for Him. That is what it's called to be a Christian, to be Christ-like. So I got less than 3 minutes that you've given these people to speak, and I'm going to speak to God on your behalf. So Lord, as we come to you right now, Lord, I know that there's a body, and there's a body that's ready to come forth, Lord, to be a light that's called to be light. And Lord, we go against the darkness. We go against the spirit of Antichrist right now in the mighty name of Jesus. And we call the strong man of this city council to come out in the mighty name of Jesus. And Lord, we profess your Holy Spirit right now in this body in the mighty name of Jesus. Lord, we come against dividing right now, the dividing spirit of every one of them that's got hatred and hate between them. Lord, we just ask that you come in the midst of them right now, Lord, and break the confusion of the enemy. And we speak life right now in this body of Flint, right now in the mighty name of Jesus. And we say it is well with their soul. And Lord, we call this strong man out of the body of each one of these individuals. And Lord, we just proclaim victory in the mighty name of Jesus. Lord, we're tired of the darkness. We're tired of everything. Lord, we just need you right now. Lord, this city needs God. Lord, this body has lost its fear of you. Lord, they profess to be something that they're not. So Lord, we just speak to you right now, Lord. And we say, come in amongst them, Lord. Separate the division between them and let them be examples for our children. Let them be examples for our home. And Lord, we just ask you right now, Lord, that each one that laughs and smiles and does what they do while these families out here are going day by day without food and bread. And Lord, they think it's funny, Lord, and they're just using us, Lord. Lord, we just call you on scene tonight, Lord, and we just ask you to proclaim victory through your people, Lord. Lord, this body that we put around is the temple of the Holy Ghost, and Lord, we call you right now to Flint, Michigan. We say come back to our home. We say come back to our schools. We say come back to our community. We say come, Lord Jesus, come. Come, Lord Jesus, come. And I'm telling you right now, if you're not ready to serve the God that I serve and proclaim to be the Christian that you called to be, get out of the way and let the men of God come back in that fears the Lord God Jehovah.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Tiffany Morris.
Left all your stuff up here, but I'll get to you in a minute because I only have 3 minutes. Liddell, I appreciate respect of you respecting my husband and while he was praying by looking at him. I respect that. Michelle, on the other hand, I don't respect that. You call yourself, because you've done conferences with her. You have done conferences, and I've seen them on Facebook. Call yourself a woman of God. Let me tell you something. A woman of God doesn't come in the chambers, act like she's some godly woman, act like you all perfect, and come and prancing around like you all that and box of chocolate. Let me tell you something. God is still reigning on this throne, and you ain't got to respect me, but I promise you, homegirl, one day you will stand before the same God that I stand before, and you're going to answer for all the evil that you're doing behind this thing, because it ain't that I don't like you. I don't like your spirit. Your spirit is evil. You are pure evil. That spirit inside of you is evil, and if you don't change, it's going to send you straight to hell. And I'm here to tell you right now, because there's a heaven and there's a hell. And you need to stop with Liddell, because Liddell, I've talked to other pastors and other people that's talked to her. And she, on the inside, she's a good person. And she means well, but you're running her straight to the dirt. So you need to be removed. And I'm going to keep praying, because I tell you, I have a closet that I go to, and I know the Father, and I know the Son that you speak about, that you so-called prayed about, that you said that we're with that by his stripes we're healed. You're right. By Jesus' stripes we're healed. His kids are healed by his stripes, not the world. His kids are healed by his stripes. Get that right, girlfriend. And you can sit there and stare at me all you want, because guess what? I go to my closet and I pray and I pray and I pray that the Lord is going to remove you from that seat, and he's going to put somebody godly in that seat. Trust me, he's been removing people from their seats. Don't think he hadn't. Don't think they just fell over dead. No, God removed those people from those seats. And I guarantee you, if you don't stop what you're doing, God's going to remove you guys from your seats too. If the people won't do it and the public won't do it, guess what? God will. He's still on that throne, and he'll be on that throne until the end time. And guess what? He's still on that throne after that time. Now, I'm telling y'all better wake up and you better smell the coffee. Stop professing to be something that you're not, because when you come in these chambers, y'all are pure evil. This ain't nothing but a circus clown. This is a circus show. This is a free circus show that we ain't got to pay for. We get it free. All we need is our popcorn, our blankets, and all that. That's all we need up in here. Because ain't none of y'all worried about doing the business of the city other than passing the money for yourself. Stop passing the money for yourself when you got people sitting out here suffering, and we in the third ward still ain't got a council person. That's bullcrap.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Tia Harris.
Good evening, council and the community. Over the weekend, I got some disturbing phone calls about my participation with my first ward councilman, Leon L. Alameen, and him servicing his residents. I find that very appalling for the calls that I did get, and some of the comments that were sent to me from people in the community that seem to have small minds, narrow minds, and closed minds. Now, I have never made it a secret that I support a person until I do not. And I don't have to stand before the public nor get on a podcast or a private platform to degrade anybody else. I don't have to do that. All I have to do is remove my support, and I have reasons to do so. As a woman and a Black woman in the community, what I will not do is stand here and try to degrade another Black person. I don't have to do that. I don't think we should do that. But I will speak to decorum and the lack thereof. I will criticize and critique unbecoming behavior of council people. I will do that. I have a right to as a resident. And I also have a right as a resident to participate in any recall that I feel is necessary to participate in, because that's a tool afforded to me as a resident. Now, I want to commend my councilman for a job well done. I do. I want to commend you for a job well done. And I look forward to working with you in the future if anything else that you would need me to do as a resident.
Oh, she right there. Who is the squatter?
Are you gonna show them for me?
Who is the squatter?
Eastside Detroit in the house. Hey, y'all, that's Jeremiah Jackson. If everybody want to know who Jeremiah Jackson is, the bass player.
Mr. Allen? Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Machado is not in. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Garrett?
Present.
You have 6 members present?
We have 6 members present. Mr. Pfeiffer, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is there any member who would like to acknowledge anyone who has at this time?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, please.
I would like to take a moment to have a moment of silence for former Administrative Secretary of City Council, Janelle Johnson.
She died.
She passed away last month. And I just want to acknowledge her service to the city council. She worked alongside me for many years, from 2010 to 2023, before she transferred to a different department. But unbeknownst to you all probably is that she continued to do work for the council, even though she was no longer working directly with the council. So I want to acknowledge her passing and make sure that we keep her husband and family and our thoughts and prayers. And that's Janelle Johnson and her very own Janelle Johnson artist.
That one, right there.
So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? We'll have a moment of silence. Thank you. Mr. Chair, will you lead us in the prayer blessing?
Lord, my simple prayer is that the words of our mouths and the meditations of our hearts be acceptable in your sight. We acknowledge you as our Lord, our strength, and our Redeemer. Amen.
Amen. In Jesus' name.
And this reading of disorderly persons, city code subsection, any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of city code section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. It's now time for public comment. Each member of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes for speaking, with only 1 speaking opportunity per speaker for this meeting. We have a clock. We watch it. First speaker, Madam Clerk. First speaker is our Mitchell.
Well, first of all, Happy New Year, peoples in New York City and they're all over the world, year 25. But before I speak, a moment of silence for my hometown president, Jimmy Carter, 100-year-old last president on earth, Jimmy Carter. Thank you very much. I was born in Vegas, Georgia, he born in Plains. Okay, like I was saying now, two of the peoples in Flint, Michigan, when I arrived when I was 4 years old, we have a crisis here, and the people who 25 years old and 26, get a pen and start writing, because when you write, you can write anything you want to in this city, because you, the people who've been poisoned, and you haven't said a word yet, you 25-year-old people. And anyway, and another thing, like the Hassel Center over there, my buddy got kicked in the butt for not picking up a bubble gum and hog tag, maze, and we bought that place for $1, and we're gonna show you how we Flintstone Road in Flint. We own that place now, just because they bought it with a dollar bill and think somebody gonna, like the councilman of Ward 1. You see the work, you see, we gonna make it just like Russell Fieldhouse, all that land out there, like Nelson. It was gonna go away, but he stepped up and said, "Give it to me." And you see the work. In the words of the councilman, I can't say, Idi Amin over there, talking about, you see the work, and now you're gonna see the work when we get through with that, all that land over there at Hassel, because they're trying to take it out of the hands of, oh my God, the president walking in. But Shaq, I'm back. Hello. Ward 7, making people nervous. And like for instance, like in my Sac neighborhood, my junior high school is still standing. Whittier. We're gonna put a $3 million roof on it, and she let it go bad with the black mold in there. And now she's trying to figure out a way to tear it down. It's gonna take $3 million to tear it down, and she don't want to give up $3 million. She'd rather let it rot and give it. And I want her to speak on that before this meeting is up, because people like Shaq always, she panicked and pushed the red button, but our president, what we got now, Trump, I don't think he'll push the button. He'll rather make you push it. Messing with them Chinese and Japanese people, messing with the canal, talking about, and he already jumped on the people who were spreading bad news, fake news, then sued the NBC. And he got $15 million. What do you think we're gonna do? And then he act like he's scared to come and deal with you Flint, come and eat darkies. You can't deal with him in Flint. But you don't see, yeah, but it cost me up. We people, how many minutes I got? To be able to put this so I can see. What is it? Time? Oh my God. Stay tuned, America. Oh.
Next speaker,
The next speaker
Madam Clerk.
is, I think, Sandra Jobin. Good evening. My name is Sandra Jobin.
And I just want to, first of all, say Happy New Year to everybody. But we all need to unite and figure out what's going on and try to have a special election or something for the third ward. This is ridiculous, going this long without someone there. And listen to the people, unless you're afraid of listening to the people, and that would be the only reason why you wouldn't have an election. Some people are power hungry. There's so much corruption in Flint, I just can't understand it. I'm reading more about it. But people ask me, why are you down there fighting in Flint, Sandy? Because you know what? It's coming to my neighborhood next. And if you don't take care of it and unite somewheres, then it's going to be spread all over the place. So that's why I keep coming back and fighting for the rights of these people. And when the people realize that they need to unite, and we fight against the system is corrupt from top to bottom. There's so many people that think they're getting away with so many things, but as you remember, certain people that all lies will come to, all darkness will come to light. And I can't wait for it to happen. I'm already seeing it happening day in, day out. So get ready to pay the consequences of what's happening.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is James Moore.
James Moore from the 2nd Ward. I hope this year you guys can hear me. I didn't want to come up here on a sour note because it's a new year, but I do have to respect the fact of our past and that we don't make the same mistake twice again. You know, once upon a time, there was a council that set up here and they had voted on switching the water over from the Detroit water to the Flint water. And a lot of consequences came from it and people died. And so while you guys in battle in whatever it takes to be up there sitting in those 9 seats, I just want you all to support you in knowing that your vote matters. And from time to time, there will be mistakes made. I do understand. But we know here in Flint, we don't want to just rush to judgment. And the outcome of it is that people get hurt. And not only do they get hurt, but they die from your decisions. And I never could figure out, but they never did go after any of the council people like they went after the governor of the state of Michigan in regards to the water crisis. Because I know definitely there were 2, Eric Mays and Shelton Neely, while they were on council, and they voted no on changing the water over. And a whole lot of others voted yes. And when it came down time to accountability, their yes became very silent. I hope that never happens again.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Lisa Passberg.
Good evening. I would like to speak in support of moving the ARPA dollars over to erase medical debt. Medical bills account for 40% of bankruptcies in the United States. Over 14 million people as of February 24, 6% of adults in the United States owed over $1,000 in medical debt. 3 million or 1% of the population owe over $10,000. It amounts to $220 billion in debt in the United States results from medical debt. Medical debt is not something that results from frivolity or poor planning. Medical debt can come from bad luck, denied claims, non-formulary prescriptions, huge cost discrepancies between facilities, chronic conditions. Another big one is COBRA payments. If somebody gets laid off, so many people in this country, their insurance is tied to their employment. So COBRA premiums can really hurt a lot of residents. And so many of the counties around us have already put some of these dollars to good use by erasing the medical debt of their residents. It does nothing but help us. It allows those people to have access to better housing, better jobs. It helps with their credit, and it makes them better citizens. They're allowed to contribute to the economy in a better way. So I hope that you will all follow the example of some of the surrounding counties and move some of that money over to help our fellow residents. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Linda Poley.
Good evening, Council. My name is Linda Poley. I live in the 9th Ward, and I'm here to support the resolution authorizing payment to undue medical debt. You can't hear. How's this? Speak closer. Can everybody hear me now? Thank you. This is ARPA money. And I would like to remind you that all through the ARPA regulations, you were all trained by this with Ernst & Young, the money is supposed to be spent for the benefit of underserved communities. Determined to be underserved, for one thing, if they live in a qualified census tract, and the city of Flint is pretty much all qualified census tracts. We have a lot of people who struggle. And this program is specifically targeted for those people. So I can't think of a better use of the ARPA funds. Certainly, this is one of the most vetted ARPA resolutions. You have a lot of information. I know that there were questions at the last meeting. I think they have been answered in the materials you have provided. Pastor Monica is already here, and she will be glad to answer any questions if you'd like to call her to the podium. You have in your materials already a list of medical providers here in Flint who are supporting this. These are institutions which have been selling their medical debt for years to people who buy it and then try and collect it and make their money off of the collections. In this case, same transaction, the debt just goes away. They're going to buy as much as they can, and if there isn't enough money from the city of Flint, from the state of Michigan, the charitable contributions are going to eliminate the rest. One other thing I would ask you to consider before you vote no is charitable contributions are going to eliminate the rest. One other thing I would ask you to consider before you vote no is charitable contributions are going to eliminate the rest. One other thing I would ask. Madam Chair, may I have some time back?
One. Okay, so where is she at on time? Okay.
How much time do I have? Thank you. One of the things I would like you to consider before you vote no is what better use do you have of the money? For $50,000, you can put roofs on 5 houses. You can't use the money for general infrastructure. That's a prohibited use of ARPA funds. There's been quite a bit allocated to water infrastructure. I suppose the water department might have their own wish list, so you can look at that. But this council, with much less question, allocated $1 million to repair 72 houses. This is 5% of that. And the income will not be 72 families, it will be thousands of families.
So on value for the dollar, I don't think you've seen anything that accomplishes this. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Pastor Timothy Hicks.
Good evening and Happy New Year to the whole entire council. I stand before you on behalf of Christian Love Faith Center, and there's a lot of different organizations that are doing great work out here in the city, but a lot of it goes unnoticed because most of the acknowledgments goes to some of the larger organizations that are out here. And I just wanted to let you all know and make you aware that we've been doing a lot of things in the community for a number of years. And I even we took the time to run off about 40 or so flyers of the different flyers that we have used throughout the year, whether it be Thanksgiving dinners, where we've opened up to the community and have fed the community at our own dollars, because we've tried to reach out to the council, we've tried to reach out to the mayor and other organizations in the city of Flint and have not been supported to the way we thought we could or would be supported. And so there's a lot of things that we are striving to do, but we're doing it out of our own pockets. And we just asking for your consideration that when there's ARPA monies or there's other monies that come available, that we would be considered, because we have tried to turn in a lot of different forms to get approval or to get funding and have been to no effect. And so we're just trying to reach out, because the best way we know how to do it is because we've done coat drives, we have done food drives, we do free diapers, we do helping out needy families, and we feed them throughout the year. But we do it at our own expense, and to the point where now we have depleted a lot of our resources. And so we're coming to the city council to ask you for your consideration and for any help that you can give us, that it would that we could continue the work that we've been doing for those who are desperately in need. Because the worst thing you can do is drive by people who are out here in the cold and you can't offer them anything. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Monica Villarreal.
Good evening. My name is Monica Villarreal. Today I represent Michigan United. I'm also a pastor in the Flint community, and I want to thank you all again for the opportunity to share how the city of Flint can partner with Undue Medical to eliminate a huge financial burden impacting our community. I do hope that you all received the complimentary folder that accompanied the presentation that was given by Undue Medical, the University of Michigan, and Michigan United in October. And we also sent it recently in electronic form. In addition, I resent the fact sheet that we developed, which was based on many of the questions that we heard from council as well as community. And I hope you also received the state budget allocation to MDHHS, which addresses many of your questions about the state funds that are available and the city of Flint's eligibility. Oakland County, Wayne County, Ingham County, Kalamazoo County have all voted to establish a medical debt elimination program and leverage these state funds that are available. We are the last, and to my knowledge, final municipality to consider this opportunity. Oakland County eliminated $9 million in debt for 14,000 residents in Wayne County, for 14,000 residents. In Wayne County, they eliminated $27 million in debt for 46,000 residents, and they did this in time for Christmas this year by partnering with Undue Medical. The program proposed uses $50,000 in reallocated ARPA funds to leverage state money that's already available for the purpose of eliminating approximately $32 million in medical debt for between 10,000 and 12,000 eligible residents in Flint, with the criteria of 400% the poverty level or a medical debt that is 5% or more of one's total income. On average, for every dollar invested, Undue Medical is able to eliminate $100 in debt. The ultimate goal of this program is to eliminate the medical debt. And should there be a gap in funds needed to eliminate the amount of debt that's available for purchase, or if there is a non-Flint resident that's captured in the large financial portfolios, Undue Medical will use their own philanthropic dollars to eliminate that debt. There are indeed numerous mechanisms in place to ensure these dollars hit the mark and benefit Flint residents. Undue has worked with many municipalities who've all had the same concern, and they've been able to do this successfully since 2014. In addition, any contract with the city requires compliance, and it is an invoice system. Undue will submit invoices for work completed for reimbursement. Thank you for reconsidering this proposal.
Madam Clerk, to be clear, that was the last public speaker.
No. The next speaker is Beverly Biggs Levy.
All right, looks like Ms. Levy is not in the building, so we will go ahead and proceed. So was that the last speaker?
No. The next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
Arthur Woodson, let me start off by saying our water has really messed us up. And you don't hear anything else about the effects of the water that it had on the people, especially our kids. Over 10 years, we're going on 11 years, and no one has really done anything. They haven't received any money from the settlement. But the health part is the part that I really want to focus on and speak about. Our kids, they knew that lead was going to cause behavior issues. Instead of building a building where they could put kids with the behavioral issues in this inpatient type style building, or a school, like a boarding school for behavioral kids in school, they chose to spend $20 million on a juvenile facility and put all the programs in there. That alone gives a kid some type of stigma, saying that they was put into a juvenile home. And no one is really concerned about it. Registry got over $50 million plus. And Dr. Mona is supposed to have been really looking out for it. And she didn't do anything. All they do is lick stamps and send out letters over there and give you a $25 gift card. Also, checking and seeing what does the orthophosphates do to the person or the human body. Looking up ATSDR, Agency Toxic Substance Disease Registry, we put in 4 milligrams per liter of orthophosphate in our water to recoat our pipes. No one said what effect would it have on the human body by putting that much orthophosphate in the water. You hear about a lot of people with kidney disease or kidney failure, cardiovascular failure. That's what excessive orthophosphate does to the body. The state is 3.1, Flint is 8.4 with kidney disease. Wouldn't that raise red flags for people to really sit back and y'all call the people up here and ask, what is this doing to the human body? Call the water department, tell the water department supervisor, DPW manager, hey, look, let's look into this. Let's look and see what all this excessive orthophosphate is doing to the people of the city of Flint. Is it causing kidney disease or cardiovascular disease? Thank you.
All Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Gladys Williamson.
My name is Gladys Williamson, and I'm back. And the first thing I want to talk about is what Art's speaking about, phosphates. Listen, if anybody knows anything about phosphates, they will light a body up green, just green. Their phosphates are so bad for the body. Now I want to talk about the bathroom out there. The woman's bathroom out there is disgusting. There's no door on one of the bathrooms. There's no lock on the other bathroom. And with all this money you're giving away to people, you could fix the bathroom if you had any respect for the people that come and sit in these hard chairs that the mayor bought for us to sit in. And another thing, I've seen a lot of people getting up here talking about this money they want from the Arbor, but I didn't hear any facts about hospitals that are working with them. Where's the hospitals? What's the name of the hospitals that are working with these people? And now I want to speak about how did the police, the City of Flint Police, get New Year's Eve off with a skeleton crew on New Year's Eve? So they got New Year's Eve off, and they got New Year's Day off. Listen, the post office don't even get New Year's Eve off. Oh, but we got so much money that we can give the City of Flint Police New Year's Eve off and New Year's Day. Then I come in and go to the police station on the next day. They don't have no tickets to take a number. They got one office there open. You got 18 people standing there. One person's got their radio slamming, and they're all fighting amongst who's next. And nobody at the sergeant's desk, nobody's taking care of these people that are out there wanting to fist fight over who's next. Yeah, that's how the people of Flint are getting taken care of. That's the business of Flint. And I think that it's pretty pathetic. You sit up and you give all this ARPA money away, and you can't take care of the ladies' bathroom out here. Yeah, that's pretty pathetic. And I just want to say that you people sit up here, and there's no president, and there's no vice president, and you want to take care of the business, and all of this is wrong, just wrong. You need to take care of the people's business by doing right, by filling that seat right there in the 3rd Ward, and voting in a president and a vice president.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The final speaker for this meeting is Rich Jones.
Push this up because it's real loud and I'm loud. Anyway, how y'all doing today? It was a year ago today that Eric May stepped to this lecture, and he asked that y'all do not move the remaining Harper funds into the general fund. Y'all didn't listen, and that was the last time Eric Mays spoke in these council chambers. Also, in 2021, I came to y'all with spend $11 million this year, $11 million next year, before y'all spent a dime of the Harper funds. And at that time, it was called the Pandemic Relief Funds. Right now, if these people would have received their settlement money, some of them could have fixed their roofs. Some of them could have bottled water, the necessary of that. Is a lot of stuff that should have been done. And the main problem I have with this law settlement is that some of these people have been receiving letters saying that they do not qualify for anything. Everybody that live in the city of Flint is due something, even if only thing you can say is you had to use bottled water for the last 11 years. And it's just sad. Now, also, with this Ray Vaughn situation, we have a petition out. On Monday, I will be making an announcement when people can come and get a petition. We need 200 people to pick up one petition and get 12 signatures. And we plan on turning those signatures into Dana Nelson's office and making sure that she treat this family right. Because right now, she's not getting treated right. And in the past, when Shawnee Davis came here about her son being killed in a police chase, the lack of intensity and consistency that she did not receive from y'all is pathetic. And if y'all would have stood with her then about those police cams, those body cams, this family would not have to go through what they're going through. Also, I have got with a group of people. We have transportation. We have the ability to do water drives. But we ain't doing it for free. They want to do it for free. I told them they're not doing it for free. Thank you.
Public comment is now closed. Now it's time for council response. Anyone would like to respond from the council?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Byrne?
Thank you. Pastor Stokes, I did submit yours for your $75,000 for food allocation. I spoke to you, and I have not heard back. I did send it to them. And along with your issue with the sidewalk, I spoke with the director. He's back there too. I don't know why they don't have the sidewalks on that side of Flushing Road. One side is the township, the other is the city. Food access, we do have money that's in there. I don't have the amount. We did have 2 resolutions for St. Mark, as I explained to you, and also for Bethel. St. Mark's did not pass. It was turned down. It was voted down. I did not receive enough votes. Yours is still out there. When I hear something back, I don't see Emily Dorr here, so I am waiting to hear back. In regards to, I wrote down something else. In regards to, I do want to state, I'm glad to see Mr. Kenneth Miller here. I hadn't seen him because I've sent him some emails, and I'm going to separate your stuff when you get up here, Mr. Miller, because I want to ask about that ACO. I just saw you walk in. So I want people to know, we talk about, Mr. Woodson, the quality of the water. It is an issue. I've sent emails. People want to know what's the black ring around their toilet, the strong chemical smell, and also some like a foul odor smell. When we send emails to the administration, that's really at where it stops that we can do, and to keep pressuring them. And we have been. Getting this administration to do that is difficult. I've also asked with the clerk and sent to have them to come before the city council and explain where we are with the water, also where we are with the water settlement, because we don't have it. People ask us when they're getting their money. We don't know. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Anyone else for public comment? Excuse me, for council
Madam Chair.
comment? Go ahead, Mr. Almeida.
Just want to say thank you to all the residents who came out and spoke today, and send a happy New Year's to everyone. And also, I want to thank the residents in the First Ward who have been calling, expressing some of their concerns, and also thanking me for some of the work that has been getting done as we continue to work together to try to make some things happen in the ward. So I definitely appreciate everyone who's come here today, and also those who have been reaching out via phone or text and so forth. So thank you.
All right, anyone else? Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Thank you, everyone who came up and spoke. It does take some courage to come up here and address us. In regards to the undue medical debt, I've read all the materials, and based on people that I know who have had some, and my experience when I worked for Chapter 13 trustee, I saw how much medical debt affects residents. And some of them causes them to file bankruptcy. And I think that we talked about leverage when we started with the ARPA funds. And I can't imagine any program leveraging more funds and doing more than this program. So in regards to the ARPA funding, I've not seen anything as a resolution. So I don't know where that is or what's going on with it. So if you want to talk to me later, I'll be glad to talk to you about it. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Madam
Okay.
Chair.
Ms. Mashat?
Thank you. First of all, Happy New Year. I do want to thank all of the 7th Ward residents, and I'm still going through all of the cards that I received over the holiday season for all of the thank yous for the roofs being replaced, the houses being painted, for the sidewalk repairs, and all of the different infrastructural things that took place last year in the 7th Ward. So thank you so much for your cards. It is my pleasure to serve as your council person. We will continue to move forward with our infrastructure changes in the 7th Ward and continue to press forward with other requests, and we will stay vigilant on blight. I do want to remind all residents of the city that your garbage bins should not be out if it is not the evening before your garbage day or your actual garbage day, because they are considered blight anywhere after those 2 points. So I just want to remind all residents to make sure that you are collecting your trash bins off of the curb. I also want to remind all Flint residents that it is illegal to park on the sidewalk and the grass, even if it is your grass, and that is also considered blight. I look forward to continuing to serve in my elected capacity. I look forward to continue to help educate residents on what is considered blight so that we can have a safer and cleaner city. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. So seeing that there's no one else that want to speak, I'll go ahead and be the last to speak. Definitely are some great things happening in the 2nd Ward. We are happy that our partnership with the Land Bank, courtesy of the ARPA dollars that we set aside, have been used to take down the Murrow Elementary units on Myrtle Avenue. They've been a eyesore for quite some time. So I'd like to thank the Land Bank for allowing council members to go into the neighborhood and select structures that need to come down. And so those are coming down, and we're looking forward to starting something new in that place. Furthermore, we're also happy that we are still fighting to prevent fire deaths with our fire safety initiative. So the councilwoman in the 7th Ward, which is, just for clarity, the vice president of this body, as well as the president of this body, myself, we are happy to stay in front of the fire safety initiative. And what we're doing there, we are making sure that we install carbon monoxide detectors and smoke detectors in every single home in this city for free. So if you are interested in getting free smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors, please reach out. And if you are interested in participating on our big installation effort for the year, then you are welcome to join us at the American Red Cross on January the 20th. We're going out and we're going to make sure that we keep our residents in the city of Flint safe. So, so thank you, Vice President, for your continued partnership in that role. And also, I'm looking forward to passing the undue medical debt resolution. You can't have any better leverage than $50,000 turning into $32 million and help. I'm gonna say it again. If I can transfer form $50,000 into $32 million, I'm a bad person. And I think that that'll speak volumes to what this council can do, especially for the residents in this city of Flint, because that's what we were elected to do, something better than amazing. So we're gonna go on to the consent agenda. Excuse me. No yelling out. RL, that is you. You're being brought to order. And you will be warned. So next we are on to the consent agenda. What's the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
There's a motion to approve the consent agenda. Any support? Supported by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. All right, any separations?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Yes, I'd like to separate 240516, 240580, and 240501.
All right. Any more separations?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
just a second, I'm flipping my pages. Uh, 240584.
Can you tell us the page that?
Oh, page 10.
Thank you.
240584 at the top, 240586. 25003. 240482. That's page 12.
What was the second?
And 250005, the special election.
Okay, so after 25003, what was the other one?
25003, it was 240482 CCV truck. And then 250005, the 3rd Ward election.
Okay. Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Michelle.
I'd like to separate 240592.
That's on page 11.
All right.
Didn't we go through that in committee already?
Well, seeing that that's
Yeah, we did.
the last one, we will go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Can you give us the page?
Yeah, start on page 3, 240457. Page 10, 240451. Page 12, 240405. And page 13, 240512. Thirteen is 512, yes.
All right.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I would ask that the councilwoman in the 4th Ward repeat her separations. I did not get all of them.
On page, I can do that.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Okay, on page 4, 240516, 240580, 240501. Yep.
All right. Did that answer your question? Okay, very well. All right, so now we're looking to pass the consent agenda. And the consent agenda will consist of resolutions 240446, 240, the presentation of the minutes.
All of them.
Thank you, Ms. Priestley. Yep, that will be all of the minutes. Then we will continue with 240502, 240579, 240499, 240581, 240447, 240497, 240551, 240481, 250004, and that'll be all. All righty, so roll call, Madam Clerk, on the approval of the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, if I have a request for the motion,
Go ahead.
can the motion be amended to state that to approve the minutes with any corrections, either administrative or otherwise?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Roll call will be Mr. Al-Alamin. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. The consent agenda is approved. So now we're moving on to our first separation, which is 240457.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley,
I make a motion to approve 240457.
there's a motion on the floor to approve Resolution 240457. Any support?
Support.
Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So is there anyone here that can speak to, I have a question on how this is going to work with the rule that was just passed with medical debt not being on the credit report?
Thank you very much, Councilman Pfeiffer. I'm glad you asked that question because it's
Yeah,
like
because it
hot
just,
off the
it was just
press.
passed today or whatever on the
Yep.
rule. So I wanted to get clarity on
What does that mean?
if it's, if it's not a burden to be on people's credit report, does this really matter? Because that's what really people fight so that they can move on in life and not have to worry about this and affect their credit and hold them back that way. So can you
Yes,
elaborate
yes,
a little bit?
that's an excellent question. I do remember too that we knew that the rule was coming. So in October, I remember you asked the question in the presentation as well. And Miss Eva Stolz, the Vice President of Policy and Community Relations, her response was that it will have no impact in how Undue Medical does their work because credit scores are only one impact of the many that this medical debt is. So even in the Biden rule, where it doesn't go on credit scores anymore, the people still owe the money. And the difference is Undue Medical is purchasing the debt to eliminate it. So there won't be any owing of anything afterwards. It's a good step by the federal government, but it doesn't have any bearing on how Undue would operate, and Undue's goal is to eliminate it.
Well, I have to imagine that municipalities may step back a little bit to this program if they know that that rule is out there. I mean,
Well, the difference is the local economy. By eliminating it, we actually really boost the local economy, which municipalities like.
can you explain, what do you mean by you boost the local economy? Can you-
Because if the debt's wiped out, then people who would otherwise maybe have to scrimp save in other places have more freedom to spend the money that they have. As opposed, because credit scores are one thing, bankruptcy impacts that too, but it's not the only negative or harmful impact of medical debt, including the fact that people don't go to a doctor if they are already feeling like they owe them. Like my dad has done that. He's like, honey, I can't, he told me, I can't go see that doctor because as soon as I walk in and they're going to ask for money and I don't have the money. But he needed to see a doctor. So it's totally, do you see how that's
No,
different than the
yeah,
credit
I
scores?
get it. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to figure out how, because I'll be honest with you, I haven't read the rule or what exactly
Yeah,
it
it's
is.
lengthy too.
And I'm just wondering, with that rule, will there be some kind of municipalities start thinking otherwise going forward for this type of program, knowing that I think the biggest burden is probably the credit report in stopping you from, getting a mortgage or a new car or whatever, what have you. I'll listen to my other colleagues and
No, I appreciate the question, because it's hot off the press and everyone's trying to look at
yeah,
that
and
as
it was
well.
just signed today, and just trying to see how that fits in with this. So I'll yield.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms.
Yep.
Michelle.
Pastor Monica, thank you. Thank you to everyone that is here this evening to speak in support of this. I would imagine, just to kind of answer my colleague's question without having, I'm sorry, can we start the time? Definitely from the beginning.
You got a minute.
Right. No. No problem. Thank you. I would imagine, having not read it, but the reason that this is still important, because if it cannot go on your credit report now, I know the fear of it going on people's credit report was one of the ways that they could get the money. And so now I would imagine that they're going to step up their garnishment game. And so to not have debt to garnish at all is basically what we're trying to accomplish here. Because being garnished is going to impact you way faster than the amount of time it takes to hit your credit. It's going to hit your pockets immediately if this is not cleared out. I would also imagine that credit companies, medical companies are probably going to figure out more creative ways to get the money that they feel they're owed for services that are rendered. And so if we can completely clear out the debt, then we don't have to have families trying to figure out, because while this is a beautiful thing that it won't go on your credit, I think it gives more of a pause and it causes some more anxiety for people, because now there probably will be more creative ways that people will attempt to hospitals and facilities will attempt to get the money for the services rendered. So I do want to say I am still in full support of this. I do believe that with the law that was passed today, we're looking at an uptick in garnishments. And so if we just clear it out completely, we are solving a lot of problems, and we'll have a lot of people who will not get any surprises as to the new creative ways that they will come after them for the debts. I've been in support of this from the beginning as someone, again, and I think Councilwoman in the 4th Ward stated during public speaking, no one asks for the medical emergencies, or no one asks to get sick. No one necessarily likes going to the doctor anyway. And having just this extra step in place where there isn't going to be more debt on top of debt that they already have, this will help people take better care of their health. This will encourage people to go to the doctor as opposed to waiting, because most people, out of fear of going to the doctor and having to pay or being billed, they will wait until the very last minute. And so now they have that emergency room situation where the emergency room becomes their doctor, and they're billed even more than they would have been billed if they would have just if they had gone to their primary care physician. So again, I think this is a wonderful program. I think this is going to ensure that families are able to keep the money that they are earning. I think that this is going to open up a whole new world for residents. And so I am in full support of clearing out medical debt. Pastor Monica, did you want to say anything? I feel like I interrupted you. Okay. All right. And I'll yield, Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I yield.
All right, sorry about that.
Madam
All
Chair.
right, go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Yes, through you, Mr. Pfeiffer, I want to address my comments to him regarding the medical debt. And the fact of the matter is that I personally know people who cannot go to their doctors for care because they owe them money. Their insurance deductibles were so high and their income is so low that they cannot pay for their care. One person has been taking pain treatments and has gone and doctor shopped so that she can still get her pain treatments because she can't afford to pay the previous doctors, or she's making payments, but they're not enough for them to offer her care again. This is a fact of many people in this city. Without this, now, there's no guarantee that this person I know, her debt will be relieved. But she always does this. She has multiple doctors that have this issue. And her health is not good. So that's just one person I know, but there's others too. So it doesn't matter if it goes on their credit report. That's the least of their concern. Their concern is care. It's paying their debt. People don't want to owe. They want to pay their doctors. And there is the fear of them being taken to collection. Even if it doesn't appear on your report, they can still turn you over to collection, and then you have to pay it, and they can garnish you your wages. They can take you to court still and take your wages, and if they take you to court, which has happened to this person, they go in and they take all your money out of your bank account. And then what are you going to do to feed yourselves? As I said earlier, I can't think of a better use of $50,000. $50,000. We spent more than that on, well, the chalets were, I think was 50,000. I can't remember. But the fact is that we spent $8.6 million on water bills. $300 per active water bill. $8.6 million with less discussion than what this has taken for $50,000. That affects many more people and have a greater impact on these people's lives. Think about that. $8.6 million for everybody who has an active water bill credit to get a $300 credit. I didn't need it. My bill was paid. And we hear from so many residents coming up and saying, we haven't gotten any ARPA dollars. You got $300 on your water bill if you have an active water bill. This is only $50,000, and we have spent a lot of time on it. So, Madam Chair, I yield my time.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Elhaman.
Thank you, Pastor Monica, for you and your team doing the presentation on this and providing this information. Being someone that didn't have insurance at one time, had to pay out of pocket, it can be very costly and expensive. So I do think this is a great program, and pretty much dialogue and debate. We done talked about pretty much everything we can on it. My only question is, have you guys identified an agency that will, if this is passed, distribute the funds and leverage and so forth?
Excellent question. Thank you very much. Undue medical begins with hospitals because they're the largest debt holder with the most financial portfolios. However, any medical provider is eligible to participate in the program. I have personally sat in conversation with hospital board members as well as CFOs to have also a presentation and a Q&A with those providers. The Greater Flint Health Coalition, which primarily works with hospitals and medical providers, they had a presentation given to their board of directors. And if you look at their website and the board of directors, it's a lot of hospital CEOs, CFOs, medical providers, and their board voted to approve it. They voted to endorse so that Mr. Jim Ananik could be out, endorsing this program. And then I've also been able to confirm through others involved on this team who have also made contact with the hospital CEOs, there is no opposition to the program. The reality is this is not a moneymaker for a hospital, right? This is debt that is going to be written off. They would otherwise send it to a debt collector because that is the traditional way. And right now it's the only way, right, that they have to really remove uncollectible debt. And this program offers an alternative that has tremendous social, economic benefits to our local community. You'll see on the letter of support, there were several physicians that were on there as well as medical providers. So, Dr. Bobby McCamala has been involved in this, and we keep his family in thought and prayer as he's getting treatment at Mayo Clinic. The Harris family practice, that's Dr. Harris downtown. Even GHS, Genesee Health Systems, mental health is part of healthcare, but also they have an FHQ, right? They have the clinic, the clinic that serves folks. Clarence Pierce signed off from Hamilton Health Clinic. That's also an FHQ, which provides medical care in our community. Those are the ones I thought of on the top of my head on the letter, but you all did receive the letter in the email. So yes, there are physicians behind this, medical providers behind this. The sooner we're able to move forward with this, the faster we're able to continue building those actual relationships and contracts, right? Locking in and getting down to the work of letting Undo Medical do what they do, which is all this financial portfolios and move forward. And I think there's a really good role for community in this project because all of us in this room probably know a physician or two. And I'd like to see the opportunity that we as community come together and work with our own physicians, our own friends, our own families to, show medical providers the opportunity they have to engage in this program as well.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Murphy Carter.
Thank you. Dr. Monica, I have a question. I did read this pamphlet. In reading this, and maybe I missed it, did we ever get a percentage of individuals in the city of Flint who have medical debt that's unpaid?
There is at this time no data that will tell us a percentage.
Right.
The best data we have is the estimate of the number of people who would fit the criteria. So if we look at City of Flint, the criteria is 400% of the poverty level.
Yes.
Right. And so we can get some numbers from that. And then when we're focusing on the hospitals is where the 32 million really comes in. And those are estimates because until a contract's signed with them and, they really look at the books, there's no way to have the exact numbers.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, that's true. I know.
So I think it's about 1/3, right? Is 10,000 to 12,000 about 1/3? No, of our whole population, it would be, 82,000?
Mm-hmm.
Someone else who's a little better at math on the spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. This will be beneficial to a lot of families. I had to sit back and think about myself as an individual. I had a medical bill that I got, did not know that my insurance didn't take care of the whole bill. And I mean, it was a significant amount of money, like $500. And it was getting ready to go into collection, so I had to go and pay it because I didn't want it to go to collections. Right. So I can understand, and I do sympathize and empathize with residents who do have medical debt. And yeah, you don't want it to be on your credit report. But you want it to get paid because the reality of it is if you do not pay it, you cannot go and see that physician because you still owe them money. So, okay. I'm gonna listen to the rest of my colleagues on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
thank you. Good evening again,
Yes.
Pastor. So I had the opportunity to speak with you Saturday. You made similar presentation with Flint Neighborhood United, and I sort of want to have some of that same conversation for both my colleagues and the public to hear. And again, having said we had conversation Saturday, it could be that I'm conflating the two times this was presented, but at one point you shared that Undue Medical is willing to provide some of their philanthropic dollars as an additional boost for buying down debt.
That is correct.
So here at the Flint City Council meeting, you understand our priority is City of Flint residents. You also stated that Undue Medical gets sort of, now these are my words, not necessarily yours, but they get the biggest bang for the buck when they buy the portfolio from the medical, the healthcare provider. That's now in that portfolio, there could be City of Flint residents, non-City of Flint residents. In the portfolio could be. Okay. The presentation says that the cost is a fraction of the face value of the debt because medical debt is rarely fully collected. And then it says $1 donated can erase $100 of medical debt.
Yes.
I hear us talk about $32 million. Where did that number come from? Who first provided that number?
That is the estimate provided by Undue Medical
Okay, so that,
of debt that they believe is available for purchase.
okay,
Primarily focusing on our hospitals.
is undue medical debt. I understand, like say, when we talk about a 1-to-100 ratio, 300 million is the equivalent of $320,000 of funds that they need to buy down 32 million, excuse me. I might have said 3, but 32 million. Is their commitment that the 32 million will be specifically City of Flint, or are they saying in the region?
It would be, the 32 million is what they believe is available through our hospitals. And yes, they acknowledge that we're probably going to have a few here and there of non-Flint residents because they do have software that narrows down the scope, right? Within the portfolio.
They'll be able to account for it maybe after the fact.
Once they get in there to actually analyze the portfolio. And because they know this and because portfolios are in bulk, they can't tease out like every grain. So they are putting up their own money to ensure that.
So I guess my question is, the commitment that they're willing to put up, is it such that the City of Flint residents receive $32 million worth of benefit?
It could be more.
Okay, but are they
the
willing to commit? Are they committing that the 32 million that we keep talking about in these chambers will be a City of Flint commitment? I'm not. I mean, I'm just trying to understand.
Right. So the 32 million's an estimate. Best data available. If the number's higher, they will cover that too.
I'm asking because we keep in these chambers. We've said $32 million worth of benefit.
Sure.
My question again, Undue Medical, if we're giving 50,000, we're not exactly certain how much the state of Michigan is going to give, but that would leave that there's $270,000 worth of additional support to get to 32 million. Are they willing to bridge the gap such that the City of Flint receives $32 million worth of benefit?
I think I better understand your question now.
Okay.
Let's look at the MDHHS allocation, right, which is the state level eligibility for Flint and the other 4 counties. There's only 5 municipalities written into the legislation. And on that legislation, the dollars, which is 4.5 million allocated by state budget, is doled out to those 5 communities if Flint goes, says yes to this, by population. So that's why, so there's no exact there, but it is done by population. So,
Pastor Monica, I got to stop you. That's his time. All right, but anyone else?
Madam Chair.
1 second. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Pastor Monica. And I'm not going to leave you standing up here too long because I know that you're carrying baby number 2.
I'm feeling it.
You look like, when you walked up, you look like you felt it. So I want to tell you, this has not been, for some people, not popular in our community, but when you've had a major health issue, you really understand. And I get it. And so one of the things that your credit rating, and thank you for coming on my podcast and answering, you had tough questions, very tough. And I appreciate you coming on there and doing that. So I do want to read, because I think since then, that was in September or October. And there is an article that is out, and if people want to Google it, December the 18th, there's an article out, and I've done a lot of research on undue medical debt and what it has done for people. But Wayne County wipes out $27 million in medical debt for 46,000 residents. That's December 18th of 2024. So this is in Detroit. Wayne County is erasing $27 million in medical debt for more than 46,000 county residents. The debt came from an area hospital, which Wayne County's Department of Health, Human Services, Veteran Services says wishes to remain anonymous. The county is working with the national nonprofit Undue Medical Debt. So your credit rating, I think you're in, I guess 90 something, that's great standing.
It was, like the highest standing.
It's the highest.
Yep.
And so these were things, criteria you're asking. I know we cannot get exact numbers for exactly how many, the hospital debt, but I do know that there has been hospital debt, and this one was just as recent as December. And when we look at what is happening, Grace Emmanuel Church, Flint being 59% minority, people were concerned, will it affect our Black community? Because most African Americans do go to Hurley Hospital. Hurley Hospital will take you if you have no insurance. And so there were questions about that. Even despite some of the things, like even with our, even up here, I know that people who have had medical debt and it doesn't go away. Not having it on your credit report does not mean that they don't garnish you. It does not. And if you're going to go get a car, you may need that money that you put down in your bank account that they took out. Your credit report, your credit score may be a 800, but your bank account might be a 0. So we have to look at a lot of different factors. I am supporting this, and I think it will do far more good. I'm not, we're asking for exact numbers. I am not. I know it's helped in California. I know that it's helped even here, and not just here. I forget the name of the church on Bristol Road.
Central Church of the Nazarene did
Yes,
this.
yes, they had it too. And so there's a lot of people in our, not just, or in our county. Grace Emmanuel is in Flint, and they helped people. And that's actually your church, Councilwoman. And so they do some great things over there. And so I am supporting this. I know that each decision is individual for my colleagues because they arrive at it and each ward is different. But for me and myself and my ward, I will be supporting this. Thank you.
All right. So thank you, Pastor Monica. You can sit down.
Oh, thank you.
All right. So I'm saying I'll be the last one to speak. And I would like to use my time to speak on behalf of Michigan United, Michigan Faith in Action, Bridges into the Future, Flint Rising, Every Nation Assembly of God Church, Mothers of Joy Institute for Parenting and Family Wellness, INC, Catholic Charity of Shiawassee and Genesee Counties, Dr. Bobby, Private Medical Practice, the Harris Family Health Clinic, Hamilton Community Health Network, Flint Innovative Solutions, Center for Civil Justice, Genesee Health Plan, Genesee Health Systems, R.L. Jones Community Outreach Center, Word of Life Christian Church, Cathedral of Faith Church, Calvary United Methodist Church, as well as the Employment Network Solutions. Dear members of the Flint City Council, we, the undersigned organizations, write to express our strong support for the proposal to reallocate $50,000 in American Rescue Plan Act ARPA funds to eliminate $32 million in medical debt for an estimated 10 to 12,000 Flint residents. This crucial initiative, which has bounced back and forth between the Finance Committee and full council over several months, needs to be finalized and approved. There are already medical providers in support of this program in principle. The state of Michigan has already committed funds to this program if the city of Flint moves forward. We urge you to vote yes on this proposal and bring much needed financial relief to our community. Medical debt is a significant burden to Flint families, often leading to bankruptcy, credit damage, and delays in seeking essential medical care. It is a barrier to economic stability, health, and overall well-being, particularly for low-income households and communities of color. By bypassing this proposal, you will help alleviate these burdens, freeing families from the crushing weight of medical debt and allowing them to move forward with greater financial security. This resolution reallocates ARPA funds to eliminate debt in a way that is equitable and efficient. With no application process required for Flint residents, the partnership with Undue Medical Debt will allow for a streamlined approach that maximizes the impact. The estimated $32 million in debt relief will reach more than 10,000 residents, directly benefiting our community and providing a much-needed lifeline for families struggle to make ends meet. This proposal represents an opportunity for Flint to lead on a critical issue, using available resources to address a widespread problem that has only worsened during the pandemic. Your vote will make a meaningful difference in the lives of thousands of residents and will demonstrate the City Council's commitment to supporting Flint families in their recovery from the financial hardship of medical debt. We respectfully urge you to vote yes and to help pass this life-changing proposal. Sincerely signed by the undersigned, as mentioned before. So hearing this come from approximately almost 20 organizations that are pleading with us to pass this. Why? So it could benefit the residents that we serve. I'll be remiss not to answer their plea, because that is what we are assigned to do. The ARPA funds were established to help deal with COVID relief. A lot of people have received medical bills due to COVID. A lot of people have been set back tremendously due to COVID. And COVID is still live and well in our community. So what I will do, I want to encourage my colleague to please take a look at the same letters that we all have in our mailbox. Every single council member have received this letter. Hear the pleas of the people. Hear the pleas of the organizations that serve the people, so we can transform $50,000 into $32 million lifeline for our residents. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and go to the second round. Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I just want to let my colleagues know that their original request was for $200,000 and they revised it down to $50,000. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Jared.
So I want to make sure my position is understood here. It's not as if I don't believe there is merit in this program. What I want to make sure that I understand is when we say in these chambers that there's going to be $32 million worth of benefit, are we saying that's specifically for the city of Flint residents? And if so, is that something that Undue Medical can deliver on? Quite frankly, it would be, in my opinion, if we get $10 or $100 on the dollar
and get $5 million worth of debt cleared, that's a win. My point is, I don't like the presentation of something here when we're not there. There's not a commitment to that. We can likely do that. I'm going to vote yes on this because I think $5 million is going to be helpful. If we get to the 32 million, wonderful. If we get past it, as was another possibility, even better. I just have difficulty sometimes when the best case scenario is the one presented, but there is not a commitment that can be made for that. My other question, and the other thing that I really want not just the residents, but the service providers to understand is individual medical practices may not be contacted directly from Undue Medical. So we're going to have to work through a process by which those medical offices can reach out to Undue Medical to see if they would be able to be served by some of their debt being paid off. So there's a little bit more to it than Undue Medical has the money and medical offices across the city are going to be contacted. It's not, I don't believe it's necessarily going to be that, but I do believe there will be some good that comes from this $50,000 outlay, as well as the state of Michigan funds that we're being told will be added to this pool of money. So I yield.
All right, anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Pastor Monica, can I get you one more time, please? I want to just kind of piggyback on what he said. Because if I recall correctly, it wasn't McLaren and Hurley wasn't part of the program, right? Which one? And it wasn't Genesis, right?
All three of them at
All
different points of time have been brought up to speed on this opportunity and have had conversation.
So do we have a list of who are in the program now or who are willing to be in the program? How does that work?
So it works by, I think there is a slide on that.
I couldn't find
the appendix, how it works. It's on the slide sheet, and the way that Undue works through that process. So they work with municipalities to secure the funding and then turn to work with hospitals. But it doesn't mean conversation doesn't happen ahead of time. Because the last thing we wanted to do, anyone wants to do, is to bring a program that y'all put together, and then the providers are like, no, we don't want to do that.
So
there's been no indication that they object to this.
So if this passes, it seems like the votes are there. Undue will reach out to medical
hospitals. Yeah,
just
primarily.
Hospitals?
Their primary work is hospitals. I'm saying as community, I'd like to see it bigger, and Michigan United is part of that
Because it was,
equation.
it was brought up a few moments ago about you can't afford to go to your doctor because you owe them money. Well, that's not going away in this program.
The healthcare system is extremely complicated because there are also physicians who work for the hospitals.
But
and there's
but
private
if
practice
you go
physicians.
to a private practice, and my general doctor is affiliated with McLaren. So, but if I go see him, he doesn't bill through McLaren. So I just want to be clear for the public.
Absolutely.
That if you owe money to your doctor, your
Family
dermatologist,
medicine,
whatever,
exactly.
that is not going away, and that probably will not be eligible. Is that a true statement?
It will likely not go away in this scenario we're talking about because it's not hospital debt. We're really focused on hospital debt. And to Councilman Jarrett's point, everything else is the cherry on top of the whipped cream.
So just in my last 26 seconds, a few years ago, I had a big medical issue, I'll put it there, without going into too much detail. And My out-of-pocket was over 20,000. And I can see how that could absolutely ruin a family or anything else for not being able to pay. So at this time, I will be supporting it.
Anyone else?
Oh, you heard me, Judy?
All right, seeing that there's no one else, we're going to go ahead and call for the vote. Thank you, Pastor Monica. So we're looking to pass this resolution. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Earl Alamin.
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That resolution passes. Now we're on to Resolution 240516. It is the Lighthouse Group property.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I make a motion to postpone indefinitely 240516, 240580, 240501 because they were issued, resolved via emergency purchases.
All right. Any support? Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion?
No discussion on this, ma'am.
Okay, you got it. All right. So, go ahead.
Can you repeat what you said?
No, obviously, we don't get copied on any of this, but is it just all three? I thought it was just one.
All three.
Because we were on the block.
The last council meeting had one, but the others, one was in finance and remained in finance, I believe, or moved to council, but the other two were already in council. I had a list of them, just where they were.
Okay, Ms. Priestley, so could you please repeat that for the record?
So let me pull up my spreadsheet real quick, because I have it. I can tell you exactly where they were. Just a second.
I'm talking about repeat your motion.
Oh, my motion is to postpone indefinitely the insurance, so it's two.
All three?
All three of them. Two of them were in council, and one was, I guess all three of them were. All three of them were in council.
All right, Ms. Priestley, so what is your motion?
Postpone indefinitely.
All three.
All three.
Okay, thank you. So there, any support again? Supported by the councilman in the first ward to postpone indefinitely resolutions 240516, 240580, and 240501. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Earl Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Those resolutions are postponed indefinitely. So now we move on to resolutions 240584. Professional construction engineering services for the Cedar Street Pump Station, the reservoir rehab. What's the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair, make a motion to approve.
All right, motion to approve. Any support?
Support.
Supported by the councilwoman in the sixth ward. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Byrne.
Mr. Miller. See, this is what I hate with the time.
Oh, go ahead. Mr. Miller, please approach the lectern.
I'm just tired. Through you, Mr. Miller, because our clock, you talk louder than I do usually, and I'm away from it. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Miller, and can you tell me what this is? And is this a part of the ACO, one of the projects?
Yes, so the Cedar Street project is a ACO initiative.
Can you tell me what percentage, is this complete, or will this complete that project? Was it 17? The last spreadsheet that you gave us, there were 17 projects.
So this, I categorized them into major and minor, I believe, right?
Right.
So this is one of the majors that I believe 2 or 3 are left.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think Scott Dungy and Yolanda sat down. They're like, he
Yeah,
can handle it.
that's a,
Well, who can speak to it?
yeah. How many, Cedar Street and Torrey Road, correct, are the last 2 major initiatives, yes. So Cedar Street is one, Torrey Road Booster Station is the other, that are yet to be completed.
Okay, and I sent the email because with those projects, you sent back, you had to contact you sent it to Mr. Taylor. And I would like for us to get it on our schedule so that we can have all of those to do a special order. To you too, Madam Chair, to Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, Madam Chair, could you?
Mr. Taylor, could you please approach the lectern? Mr. Ed Taylor?
So that we could have, we need to be updated on that. And I think that goes along with those projects. And I think there's 3 of them that are on here tonight, I believe. Is it 3?
No,
Just 3 projects?
So we have several items on council tonight.
Tonight, I think I saw 3. Well,
but Cedar Street was the only one on the ACO, if I'm not mistaken.
okay. So when I sent the email, good evening, Mr. Taylor.
Hello.
I sent the email and he sent.
Mr. Mitchell, stop yelling out.
Yeah.
That would be your first warning.
He's briefing. It's easy. Mr. Taylor, can we get them to update us on the service line replacement in the ACO? He sent the email to you. I didn't hear anything else back. That's all I'm asking.
I get around to it. I just haven't seen it. That's all.
Okay, and I that's what I fixed. That's why I'm at. So we could just get that, so we can just do it in the public, because people want to know. I want to know where we're at, and I think that's also that dual pipeline that's on there.
And actually, I'm thinking about that now. Probably we should get that information from Roe, because we don't have anything to do with it anymore. It was taken over by the state,
right?
And Roe has all exclusivity to it, because the people that we had do it, that was doing it for us, they wanted to continue to do it, but Roe told them, no, it's us. We're going to deal with it. So I
So
probably can't get that
how do we
information.
get it, Mr. Taylor? As I sent that to the city clerk. If we could, we need to figure out how to get it so that if we could get it and then have, because like the service side, we don't know where, I know they're working because I see them.
If I were you, I would probably do all your correspondence through Roe, because we don't have anything to do with it anymore.
Does the state contact you about them? Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Mm-hmm. We have meetings with the state, yes.
Okay, and so this project is this one that we're at, this is what percentage complete?
Oh, no, we're nowhere near complete. Nowhere near.
Okay.
But we will be finished before before Eagle's deadline, for sure.
Okay. Okay, and my time is going around, and then I guess I'll send the email back, Mr. Taylor. Do you want me to send the email to you so that we are all on the same page, or when the clerk gets the information back? I think we all, and all of the council, because I think that's a question we all get.
Okay.
Thank you.
I believe I did email you back. I got my laptop. I'm going to go check, and
Okay,
I'll forward it back to you.
All right, that's time.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, seeing there's no one else and no one else in the second round, we'll go ahead and call for the vote.
Oh, you didn't say for second round. yet. That was
Okay.
the first round.
Okay. Second round, anyone?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Through you to Mr. Dungy, can you tell us what this project is? And I kind of wrapped
Are
up.
you talking the Cedar Street?
You got it, 2584.
Okay, so that is a 20 million gallon reservoir that was built in 1948, added on in 72. We've used it pretty much the whole time. I've rebuilt the pumps a few times, but it's at its end of its life. So a part of this project is to fully restore the reservoir and the pumps.
So Cedar Street hadn't been started at all? I thought
The
Cedar
project has been started, yes. It's under demolition right now. They've demoed all the pumps and stuff of that nature.
Okay.
They're currently working on it. It's an 18-month project. They've been on it about 4 months now, 3 months.
Say that part again. I didn't hear you.
It's an
sir.
18-month project. They've been working on it for approximately 3 months now.
Approximately 3 months, and it's approximately 18 months to complete.
Yes.
And so that will come. So if Mr. Miller's going to be getting, he said he sent the update, and I'll look and see if I got it. Because he gets all of the projects. I know you didn't get to speak on this project. I think September 23rd was the last date that you were here before us going over the project, you and Jeanette Best and Mr. Miller, and you didn't get a chance to speak about it. So I'll look and see, he's going to send an update. I'm all set, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller?
Mr. Miller, could you please come to the lectern?
I apologize. My colleague may have asked that. I missed the first part of her talk, but the wind dollars expire 12/31/24. Did we get an extension?
No, we did not get an extension.
So how can we spend this money in 25?
For what project?
For this Cedar Street, it's being funded by wind dollars.
Well, part of those.
Is that a?
Let me ask Ms. Gray.
Cedar Street is no longer being funded by wind dollars. It was when it first came about, when the wind dollars were awarded. It was to cover Dort and Cedar pump projects. Due to the fact that the funds have been exhausted as of the first week of December of 2024, we now have to utilize funds within the water fund operational budget
So
to pay for this.
this resolution says it's being funded by wind.
No, the resolution should state originally it was funded through WIN, and the funds have been exhausted now, and now we need to acquire funds from fund balance.
Okay. No, I see it. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Gray.
All right, is that yielding your time? Yeah. All right, anyone else in the second round? All right, seeing none, we will call for the vote for resolution 240584. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That resolution passes. Now we're on to resolution 240586. Pleasure of the body.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms.
Make
Priestley.
a motion to approve 240586.
All right, any support? Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
To you, to Mr. Miller. Yeah. Is this one of those that's on there too?
I don't have my notes with me. Which project is 586?
Look, I'm going through this and I'm sharing that, Pat. 586, which is a water main.
So that is not an ACO item.
Okay. And so can you, hey, Paul,
How are you?
how you doing?
Good. Yourself?
I'm good. I hear you might be retiring.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't do that. So, Paul, tell us about this project.
So this is actually two projects in one. So we have the Flint River crossing, which we were kind of talking about last time. That has the water main break in the river. Excuse me. And the other one is the James P. Cole.
Did that one get fixed?
No. No, the only thing that we settled last time was the engineering for it, which that's all. Everything's in place and ready to go. It's just a matter of getting these approved. So the Flint River crossing is one job, and the other one is right down the street, which is the James P. Cole reroute. So that was, the water main runs through from Massachusetts down St. John's to Lee Street. So it's about 1,700 feet of 18-inch water main. Has about 100 old services on it. It was installed around 1925, and that is also on the grounds of what Ashley Capital owns for future development. So it was
The Buick site.
so it was our goal to get that out off the premises, so eliminate any potential future leaks, and not to have the easements for repair if we do, because of the contaminated spoils that we cannot take off-site.
How long will it take to complete this project?
I think it was a few months total. The river crossing was about 3 weeks, and then the James P. Cole reroute was a little bit longer. It's probably about a month and a half, I think is what it was.
Okay. Okay, I'm good. Thank
So
you.
construction was actually slated for November 4th through March 4th.
I'm actually good. Thank you.
All right.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So, Paul, when are you retiring?
Next Friday.
Whoa.
Are you really?
Yes.
So, you're going to retire and leave us with a brand-new contractor. What are you doing to us? Why?
I don't know. We was trying to do this back in October. We got staff here that can handle it.
All right,
Everything's in place.
You're dead to me, sir. You can go. Seriously though, Mr. Miller, we feel confident in a brand new contractor to do this. Like, they have the financial backing, they have.
So during the process of the bid process, we reviewed their submittal, and they also provided us references from jobs that they had already completed. One in Ferndale, one in Grosse Pointe, and another one, I can't think of the other city. It might have been Rochester. And all those who we contacted said they did a great job.
Where are they out of?
They're based in Detroit.
Okay. So Spalding to Decker, they are going to be managing them, correct?
That is correct.
And they feel comfortable working with them, or have they worked with them in the past, or just?
So I have we got no indication that Spalding had worked with them prior.
Okay.
That's why we asked them, even after the bid process, send us some referrals, because we had never worked with them either.
Okay. But Spalding, like, have they had conversations or checked references and they feel comfortable?
Did they?
Yeah, they did that. We all did.
Yeah.
Spalding had provided the list for us. They had also made some contacts. And then between Mr. Miller and myself, we reached out to
Go ahead, Paul, I'm sorry.
to all the municipalities that had used them before.
'Cause
And
I know
actually, they're
obviously-
currently working with one. They're still doing work for.
Obviously, Spalding to Decker is done these projects many before, but I
Yes.
just don't want to set them up for failure if we don't have a contractor that's good. But we feel safe all the way around.
Yes.
It was a
Yes.
pause. You did a pause there, but all right. That was my only concern, is making sure that, we have a lot of, obviously, water concerns, and I don't want to make a bigger problem if we get somebody in there that's not necessarily qualified. So Are we going to have extra staff there or are we just going to?
No, we always have, on every project that we do, we always provide an inspector.
Okay.
So to make sure that they're following our specs accordingly.
I would say if we can have during the major cutover periods, we pay close attention to that, but I won't object to using them. Obviously, we need a lot of new contractors and they were the lowest bid?
No, they were number two. Actually, the first one was just slightly lower, but they left out a portion of monies.
Okay.
So which actually even with the monies that they would have added, they would have barely been the top bidder.
Okay. All right. Well, sir, I wish you luck in retirement and
I
you're
appreciate it.
dead.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Take care.
All right. Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Ellerman.
through you to our speakers. Just real quick, do you guys know how many jobs this is going to create and how many, if Flint residents will have an opportunity to benefit from the construction work and things that's taking place?
And you're speaking on the Flint River Crossing project?
Yes.
So we have no requirements that Flint residents be employed in this contract. So I have absolutely no clue, but I can make an inquiry to see if any Flint residents will be employed by the contractor.
If you can give me that information, once that gets going, I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anyone else in the first round? Seeing no one else. Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
through you two, we have Paul. I know he went and sat down and got comfortable. Yeah, and it'll be really quick. Paul, I do want to tell you, how many years have you been with the city?
Almost 34.
So right after we graduated.
21.
Oh, well, shortly after. I'm still 21. So my math is off. So I didn't really want to put it out there, but Dennis just put you out there. I was quietly saying it, but Dennis just decided to put it out there. I do want to wish you the very best in your retirement and what you have done for the city, because you have done a great job. And the type of skill set that you have is not easily learned. I've always seen you and begged, like, look, you can't quit, Paul. But, it becomes a time as we are getting older that you want to do other things. So I want to thank you for your service to this city that I know as a Indian, a Flint Central Indian. That's right. I appreciate you.
All right,
Thank you.
I definitely appreciate it for sure. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else in the second round? Seeing there's no one else, we'll call for the vote for resolution 240586. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That resolution passes. Now we're on to resolution 240451. Pleasure of the body. Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Motion to approve.
All right, motion to approve. Any support? Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Who from the administration can speak to this?
Madam Chair.
Go. Okay, thank you. So someone from the administration could speak on the contract for the roofing and sheet metal company, the City Hall walkway repair. Anyone in administration can speak to that.
Mr. Edwards? Oh, no? Oh,
Mr. Edwards, are you here?
No.
Oh, okay.
I was thinking about her the other day because I hadn't seen her in so long. Hello.
How we doing?
Long time,
See.
Yes.
I haven't seen you in a while.
No,
You miss us?
I do. Mom
Um,
life, you know?
Ms. Rout, maybe it's me, but I don't recall this. Did this get turned down?
From my understanding, forgive me if my timeline's off because it's been a minute, but the last time I had this on my board, it got put through committee to council where it kind of just stuck there since October 6th.
And if it was part of a consent agenda, it would have.
Point of information.
What is your point?
The only thing that we've passed was in December on special council meetings since October 6th. Everything else has remained in the council agenda.
So this wasn't part of the special meeting?
No, ma'am,
agenda?
sir.
Yeah, from my understanding, I believe you passed it at the finance committee meeting on 10/6. There wasn't an issue with it. It was just
Well,
not, you
it was-
didn't get to it.
The date on it's 10/9.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong then. 10 something.
Okay.
We'll go with just October. Well, I think it was supposed to go to, I think it was on 10/9's agenda and you didn't get to it, is what it was. 10/6 would have been the committee meeting.
Okay. Can you?
Anyway.
Can you give us a brief 30-second overview of what area of the building and what exactly they're doing?
Sure. So it's kind of hard to explain, but if you walk in the lobby of City Hall, I don't know if you remember where the bodega was. Downstairs, there's those doors that were kind of adjacent from it there. It's considered a walkway, but it's really kind of a roof, the way that it has to be repaired. So that roof actually follows the side of City Hall and connects to the police department. So that part is leaking, causing mold, causing leaking down into like basement, first floor area. So that's what we would be preparing there. There's like a whole roofing membrane, rubberized top there. That's going to be fixed and
Are they,
replaced.
remediating the mold or whatever that you're talking as well, or no?
Yes, I believe. I wouldn't be able to go into detail exactly how they're doing that. That would be in Lee's department. And I believe they have done some repairs to that area and where the leaking is happening, but to be completely honest, that walkway just needs an overhaul.
Because didn't we approve the walkway going to the dome?
Yes, that was different.
Yeah, okay. Maybe I'm just mixing up the two.
It's the one that has the nice plants growing on top of it that shouldn't, kind of in those double doors off the lobby.
Those were decorative.
No, not intentional.
All right. And this contractor, we have not used before, correct?
I would have to double check. We've done so many roofing projects. I believe Lee was familiar with them. I don't know if they've actually done a full roofing project, but I believe they did some type of patch project. But we did receive 4 total bids on that, and they were the lowest qualified, so.
Okay. All right. Well, nice to see you again. I mean, come back and visit some other time.
Thanks. No problem. You just let me know when.
Monday.
Okay.
Thank you. I yield.
Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Byrne.
Thank you. So this is where down at the basement.
It may be causing issues into the basement, but technically it's first floor.
So first floor, like the walkway when you're going from where the boilers are at?
No, if you're walking in the lobby of City Hall,
Yeah.
you walk in those double doors, just keep going straight back. It's those other double doors.
Oh, straight back there.
But it's too unsafe to open those doors and
yeah,
walk out
so
there.
they're locked.
Yep, so that follows that back side of City Hall all the way to the police department
Yeah.
where it goes around, where it
Okay.
connects.
Because I know that, I know, I was thinking, because but I don't know if they got that fixed. There was real bad leaking where the boilers
Yes.
are. and they were putting trash cans to catch water at certain
Yep,
points.
and then there's an area leading to the doors of the police department where
Yep.
Lee's crew's constantly like pulling water out of that area because it's pooling up in the drains. There's some drains that'll be replaced as part of the project too.
What year was City Hall built in? Does anybody, this building? This
60s, I believe. 60s, I believe.
was 1842. So I'm saying, so it was in the 60s. Okay, so it's, yeah. What was it, Judy? Were you looking in the 60s? Okay. Was I alive? Well, he told me that's when I graduated. But I don't remember it. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? All right, since there's no one else, we will go ahead with the vote for resolution 240451. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That resolution passes. So now we're on to resolution 250003. Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Make a motion to approve.
All right, there's a motion to approve resolution 250003, ARPA funding for second ward priorities, supported by the councilman from First Ward. Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
is this a part of the ward money?
Yes, second ward priorities.
Okay, so has the 30,000 been spent from your ward?
No.
I thought it was.
20.
Okay. 20, okay. And so this is the balance of what is left in your ward? Is this the balance?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Through you to you, can you give a little background on these two organizations, on what they do?
Sure. Invisible Giants, they are a nonprofit, and they specialize in youth wellness, youth sports and fitness activities. And they also have a website. And then Math Tutors and More, they are a local math tutoring organization that helps youth in all wards with tutoring, and they specifically help a lot of youth on the north side.
You said something about, the other one we have is Hand of Hope.
Pardon?
The other one we said says Hand of Hope. You said a different
Oh,
one.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, so that's also their affiliate. So yes, so Hand of Hope, that's what they do. They help young kids with academics and self-esteem and things of that nature.
Okay, I yield.
All right, anyone else? All right, anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Byrne.
I do want to say, because we have ward priorities, and I think we were coming to a consensus that if it's your ward, you're the person over that ward, and how it's allocated. And generally, most of us have supported it. I just hope that with these ward priorities that are coming, that are left, we still have the 9th ward. Actually, mine passed committee, but it's back up to pass to go again. And then we have the 5th ward. I think that, yeah, maybe, I've got.
That's okay. I'm just
Yeah, I
talking
think it's
myself.
back up here. I
I'm
saw,
talking to
I
myself.
think maybe it's on finance.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, on finance. That we, consider the other ones. And sometimes we have to backtrack and pedal on some things. One of the things that this community thought that we were under the consensus with the MOUs, that deadline was not obviously a hard deadline like we thought for December the 31st, because we're now into January. And so the MOUs allowed us to which were put in place to push these out. So I would just hope that with the consideration with the other ones that you would give consideration and the same consideration that they are giving you. Thank you.
Anyone else in the second round? All right, seeing there's no more, we will go ahead and call for the vote to pass resolution 250003. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. That resolution passes. Now we're on to resolution 240592.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
motion to approve.
All right, the motion to approve. Any support? Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
Yeah, so I separated this because when it was initially discussed, I had an important phone call that I had to take. And so I wasn't able to hear, I think I heard a little bit about Bethel right before I left out, but through you to the councilwoman in the 6th ward, could you tell me just a little bit about the Mott Park one?
Yeah, sure. My park is going green. So it is a tool shed that will actually, we were going to just do it for my ward. But because we know people get tickets for not cutting their grass, you can lease, or not even lease, you can just sign out to use the lawnmowers, the blowers, everything that's a tool shed. So it will outfit the tool shed so that residents in the city of Flint can sign them out, take them back, because we have the space that is there. So that's with that. And we're going green. And we're using a local vendor, Ace Hardware, which has been in this community for decades and still
Is
serves.
that's the one on
Sally,
Pearson?
yeah, one on Pearson that has been there right where the trees grow out the middle of the street.
Oh.
And the Bethel did apply, well, we did ask for food access. They serve approximately 600 people. We couldn't get that approved. I don't know what's going on. I haven't got an answer. So I took the balance of the ward money, all of the help centers, and also we talked about Pastor Hicks Church. They ran out of money September. And so we're working on getting food access. And we don't have, I don't see Emily Dorr, she's not here. And because she's not here. And
Is Pastor Hicks Church included with this one?
No, his church
Oh,
isn't
sorry.
included in
Sorry.
this one. No, his is, that one's 6. No, he needs 75,000. We don't, that's what we're working to get. And so as these have came, some of the answers, some of them are not even getting a response. I didn't get a response back from Bethel's, actually. I got one back from St. Mark's. I didn't get one back from Bethel, and I did not get one back for.
When you say you didn't get a response, who didn't you get a response from?
I was told it was up at the administration.
Oh.
Yeah, and I didn't get a response back from that part. So the tool shed, we're going green. And this will allow people to have beautiful yards so that, as we know, we don't want them to use the front lawn as a parking lot and you can't park underneath the picture window. Let's help to keep our neighborhoods uniform. And so going green will even allow for young people to lease these lawnmowers out to make money, getting young people back into the mindset that you can cut grass. We have a senior population, so they'll help them to create a job by getting a lawnmower and tools for free to use.
All right, thank you for that, Ms. Burns. What I will say is I am giving everybody's the consideration that I did not get. I am going to fully support yours, even though I did not get that consideration. I just wanted to correct what you said earlier. Yeah. All right, thank you.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Alamin.
just real quick to the councilwoman in the 6th ward, Ms. Burns,
You did.
All right, Ms. Burns.
excuse me, Ms. Burns, you
Yes.
mentioned that you guys have a tool shed. Is it open to the general public or just for your ward?
No, it's open to, it was initially my ward, and then during our board meetings, we open up to the entire city. So that if we have people who need to cut grass, Take care of your lawn, you can come get it. You sign it out, it's an honor system. We're bringing back something new. So you give some ID, and when you bring it back, it's anyone. And we have invested inside of the clubhouse that there's underneath where it's dry. We don't want it to store gasoline, so because could be a fire hazard. So we're going green. And anyone in Flint, we're not doing the township or any place else. So it's in Flint. And we have young kids, the lemonade young man, I forget his name, on the corner. He cuts grass, in case nobody knew that. He's always cut grass. And so it'll allow even for youth people to make, take the initiative to make some extra money. And for people who can't afford a lawnmower.
Awesome. Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right, anyone else in the second round? All right, seeing that there's no one else, I'll go ahead and take my time. Definitely looking forward to passing the ward monies in the ward, because again, these are the priorities set forth by the ward, as well as a lot of them are by the people. So hopefully my colleagues, including Ms. Winfrey Carter, will take this in consideration as she requests to get her ward priorities passed as well. So we are going to vote on resolution to approve the 6th ward priorities. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That resolution passes. So now we are on to resolution 240482. What's the pleasure of the body?
I'm trying to look and see.
It is the Frederickson Supply.
Motion motion to approve.
All right, so then motion to approve resolution 240482, supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion?
Hold on, I think that was me. Why are these are not in order? Yeah, thank you. Yes, the CCTV.
Go ahead, Ms.
To you, Madam Chair, who knows about the CCTV truck? Oh, this must be for utilities. Because I thought it was, I thought it was closed circuit TV, unless this is for sewage to put the camera down, and we need another truck. Because our other truck is that what it is?
Yes.
Look.
Another camera truck. Yes.
That's okay. So the CCV truck, because the other one is rather old, isn't it?
Yeah.
Didn't we purchase one last year?
No.
I thought Jiggy said we did.
No, we need one, yes, but no, we haven't purchased one. We've done a lot of repair work on it.
What's your request?
I thought we seriously bought a brand new one. Is
I
that
thought
true?
we did too.
No,
For a different department?
he's been working on, I think he purchased a couple of Vectors, but he hasn't purchased any, not a TV truck, no.
I'm thinking we did. So that one was being fixed?
Yeah, it's been repaired multiple times, yes. Yeah, so it's old. It's time for an update. We'll keep that one.
So the
for-
truck
for a
is
backup, though.
390,000.
Yes.
And explain the truck.
So it has a camera on it, so what they do is they can run the camera down the sewer.
Is it
down the
200
main.
feet? Oh, this one's for the, okay.
That's the one that they can run the camera down so they can televise and figure out where the issue's at. So that they can, whether it's in the water main or actually even in the house leads, your sanitary house lead that dumps into the main. They actually have a lateral launcher, they call it, they can run, once they can run up and then it goes up into the house lead so they can identify where they need to dig.
Has
And
the truck
actually-
been purchased yet?
No. It's been ordered.
So it's not here yet?
It's not here yet, no.
Okay. Okay. Did they tell you to say that, Paul? I'm just playing. But I'm not.
I'll get
No.
thrown in front of the bus today.
Yeah, I'm not. Okay. Because I wanted, just for clarity, I just wanted to make sure. So I understand what that is with the camera. Okay. All right. I'm good. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the second round? All right, we are looking to pass resolution 240482. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin?
Yeah, we got a dead
Ms.
tree
Lewis?
over here.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That resolution passes. So now we're on to resolution 240405.1, the amended resolution for the reallocation of ARPA funds for tree removal. What's the pleasure of the body?
Make a motion to pass.
All right, so there's a motion to approve. Any support? Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Is that Heather?
Ms. Griffin, could you please approach
It's
the
like
lectern?
30 seconds to walk down.
Heather, I'm gonna start off and apologize that I haven't read the amended one. We literally got the resolutions. What changed?
Part of the changing, he wants to know about the change. I think that was the financial. I'm gonna allude, I think it had to do.
I'm sorry, I was on my way up. Can you repeat the question, sir?
What are the changes from the original that we want to highlight with this?
I'm gonna, I know it has to do with the financial piece.
It says to increase the residents' costs and match fund accounts. So is this where we're switching from 500 to 1,000? Is that the?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
exactly it, the
You got it.
eligibility, yeah.
Like-
You
It's been
remember
a
well.
minute, so
Yeah,
I'm-
it's been,
No,
that's
you
exactly
remember
it.
well, that was it.
The eligibility.
I know it was the price,
Yeah.
but.
Also, if I recall correctly, and I may misspeak, but didn't we say we were going to somehow put this out to bid and get a list of contractors for the residents to use?
That is correct, and we did do that.
So when we implement this program, we're going to list out 3 contractors and say, if you want to participate in this program, you need to reach out to them. The resident will reach out to them?
No. The process will still be the application process as we had discussed, and trying to keep it where we have like a check and balance system, and it will go through the different divisions that we talked about, how we would be accepting the applications, reviewing the applications, looking at candidates that are eligible, things like that. We've been talking about that over the last several times that we've been up here to talk about it, I guess. What we're going to do in regards to the contractors, is that we did put the RFP out. We had 7 companies provide a proposal. They've been reviewed, and it's going to be sitting there for a little bit, obviously, until we get everything completed paperwork-wise, but they'll be ready once this program is in place, assuming that everyone is okay with that through council. What will happen is that they will actually, the candidates that are eligible, we will give the companies that we hire.
What do you mean by eligible?
Well, there's going to be candidates that may not be eligible. They may apply for example, the one that is based on the HOPE regulations, and they may apply for that one, and they may have a higher income and don't meet the criteria.
But
that means that they would be ineligible for that
But we're
particular
not
program.
splitting this up and say 50% hope and 50% not,
No,
right?
it is not.
So they would, if wouldn't they just qualify normally for, because there's no income restrictions on this, right? It's first come, first served?
There's not one on the match portion. If they just got, there's going to be two options for them to choose from. They are either going to apply for the matching, which is up to $1,000. We will match up to $1,000.
Yep.
And then there's the other part where we're referring to the financial, and that's under the HOPE program eligibility. That will be up to $1,000 with no matching. So they'll have the option to choose which one they want to apply for, and we will be available to discuss those options with them, and we'll be available to help them fill out the
Okay,
application.
so I got 1 minute left. Can you do a 30-second? They're going to apply through the city. We are going to determine if the tree is eligible through the conservation district, and then they're going to be
There's going to
approved.
be, there's going to be more to that process, but I want to answer your question about the contractors. It seemed to me when you first started talking that was more important. So let me answer the question, if it's okay with you, about the contractor. That's what's going to be important. All contractors will be given at the applicants. We'll give them in batches, and we'll get a quote back from every contractor that we have, and we'll decide off of that list which contractor goes to the applicant's
So if we
residence
get, so
that's
if we get
eligible.
20 applicants, we may give 10, or we're going to give 10 to a contractor, they're going to bid them back. 10 to another contractor, they're going to bid them back. Is that-
It's a quoting process because it won't be a bidding process. There'll already be a contractor.
Madam Chair.
It's actually a very simple process.
Go ahead, go
It's-
ahead. Hold on, Heather. 1 second. Go ahead, Ms. Councilwoman.
Thank you so much. So I have a lot of residents that are excited about both aspects of this tree removal program, from the ones that would qualify for HOPE and from those that would get the 50-50 match. My first question is, what's the time in between us saying yes and the program starting? Because I know the minute they find out that this passed, I'm gonna get calls tomorrow, so I just need to know a timeline here.
We will have an actual timeline set up, and I think we had proposed to everyone that we were going to have an opportunity to share that information through a video that we'll potentially have on our website, or a come in person so we can discuss any questions they might have. So that'll be the first process, and we have a timeline that we are looking at. I proposed a month. We may actually do less. It depends on how long this takes. Obviously, we want to get it done as fast as we can, and people are excited about it. So
We just want the residents to be totally informed of the process.
Yes.
And make sure that might take a couple of weeks to be able to make sure that they're informed. Then we will launch the application. They'll have time to apply for the opportunity. And then there'll be a deadline there where it's closed. And then internally, we will open the applicants and work through the eligibility criteria for both programs.
Right, and with the information in the video and everything that you're talking about, you're gonna give that to council as well.
Oh, yes.
Because I will assist in any way that I can in making sure that residents are clear on the process and how it works.
We've done similar before with mini grants and other like recasts, and that we've done a webinar with frequently asked questions where residents can come on and it's either live or it's pre-recorded. Situations like that. Again, it's going to take time. We want residents to be clear when they apply that they totally understand if they're eligible and what they're applying for and the process involved.
And so I guess my second question, because I know this is going to get really busy for you if this does pass tonight, once the process starts, you are going to get a lot of applicants. And so if a resident is not qualified for the HOPE program, will they be told that, and then will they automatically be kicked to the other program since they're already a part of the process, or will they have to stop and then just reapply for the 50-50? How would that work?
The best way to do this is to, again, offer the information so that they're totally informed whether or not they do qualify. And if they don't qualify, we would advise them to apply for the other program. What we don't want to see is people applying for the HOPE program who think that they're eligible for the HOPE program, because we can't just kick that automatically over.
Got it. So
which
both
is why
is-
we're educating initially.
So the first come, first serve is separate for both. Got it. So it's like if I apply for the whole program, and I know, because sometimes people slip through the cracks. I hear what you're saying. If you're going to try to let them know up front, don't bother applying for this because you wouldn't qualify. But if I'm someone who slips through the cracks and I don't apply, I apply for the whole program and find out in the midst of applying that I do not qualify, I start all over in whatever queue they are on with the 50-50, right? It's not just you move over in a number.
It's going to be more precise than that. The reason is because, as you talked about, there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be interested.
Yes.
And we have our resources that are available, but we can't actually stop all of our work.
Right.
So we're going to spend that time with them. They're going to have that. And like I said, we proposed initially 4 weeks to have those conversations, to get information out on the website, to put packets at the public health navigators area information desk.
Right.
And you know, for our other language speaking community, we want to make sure that
Yes.
they have Spanish. They
Thank
have all
you
the,
for
all
that.
the, all the
Yes.
different community individuals that are in Flint
Mhm.
have access to the information so
Perfect.
that they're well informed. And that's why it's not going to be an overnight. We're ready to go if you guys say yes tonight.
No problem. So we're looking at maybe March and this starting when the weather starts to break, because you're going to need all of February to maybe educate.
Well, I know it can be done. It can be done regardless of
It's
the weather.
amazing what you can get done. This is not a process that is being redeveloped, for example. But I do
Mhm.
want to go back to the question you had or the statement you had made about the applications.
Mhm.
I want to make sure that we're clear. If they try for one, it's going to be closed. So they're not going to have an opportunity to go back and try for a second. That's why we want to spend that time with them to make sure that they apply for the correct one.
Got it. No, I'm with you. I got it
always wanna make
completely.
sure that was clear too. And I know Councilman Pfeiffer had made a comment about it's not going to be 50-50, and I think you might have alluded to that as well. That is correct. And because we're going by the first come, first basis,
Right.
it's going to be allocated by the eligible applicants that are coming in.
All right, no problem. So again, even with the education and community piece that has to happen, is it comfortable enough for me to say maybe by March or so, it'll start where you can start the application process? Go ahead.
I would hope before that.
Okay.
That we can start
Got
the
it.
application.
All right. So anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Jared.
through you to the speakers. So am I
I'm sorry.
sort of confusing some of these programs? But in one of the programs, there was an element where the conservation district had to come out and make sure that it was severe enough to warrant the match. Is that this program, or is that something different?
It's on the separate one. That's a different project.
Pardon me?
That's a different forestry project.
Okay.
This project will be based on the residents' ask.
Okay,
They're
so
gonna-
all they have to do is ask.
They need to apply for it. We need to go address it. And as it gets inspected, we would have that conversation with them and to see what the needs are of that tree. There
Okay,
is also that
I guess
option if
that's
they
what I'm
want.
getting to. So
Yep.
is it that a person applies, they're the second one that applies, and they're willing, don't worry about the hope, we'll come up with the $1,000 ourselves. Their application is number 2, so they get approved. And that's it. Or does someone have to come and check the tree to make sure it's severe enough for what?
Well, there's 2 things that you have to consider. One is that the resident may not know what needs to happen with the tree. Maybe they put on your, it says it's a removal, so I have to ask for a removal. Well, it may be that they not want to remove it. They just want someone to maintenance it to get it cleaned up because they're concerned about what's going to happen. So we would have those conversations to make sure that we're doing what they really want. Because sometimes they'll see the word removal and just say that that's their only option.
Okay.
So yes, we're still going to go out there because we're going to have to tell those contractors when we ask for a quote, what exactly we want them to do.
So you're going to go out there before the contractor or after the contractor?
With the contractor,
With the
potentially.
contractor. Okay, so from what
There's
what I
different
just heard you say,
circumstances, so-
let me just
Yeah.
tell you what I just heard you say.
Okay.
What I just heard you say broadens this program even more so because it's not just removal, it's tree maintenance.
It can be tree maintenance.
Exactly. So
Yes.
that said again, once I'm number 2, I'm willing to pay my $1,000. Or I'm not going to say me because I'm not going to apply, even though I got trees. I ain't getting into that. I'm not applying myself. But a person applies, they're number 2. They're approved otherwise because first come, first serve. It's not then the tree is not severe enough to warrant us giving you money. that's not going to be the case.
Correct,
It
that
might
is
be
not gonna
that
happen.
we would advise that it not come down, but maintenance is then the option.
That would be an option. However, if they want it to be removed, and this has been brought up actually, I think by both you and Mr. Pfeiffer, is that what if it's a really mature tree that is very costly and that say matching $1,000 to $1,000, $2,000 doesn't cover the cost.
Right.
Do you want to have a 10-foot stump in your backyard? Those are things that we would talk about as well. So we want to make sure that they are understanding what will happen with that tree. So if it's going to be below the cost of what it will take to take the tree down completely, just because they want the tree done, we want to have that option to have that conversation so that they understand what their options are.
I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that once we get to a resident's house that's been approved, nobody is telling them this ain't bad enough.
Correct.
Okay.
No, because these are private trees. We can't tell them what to do in their own yard. If they decide they want to take a tree down for whatever their reason is, that's fine if that's what they decide to do.
Thank you.
But we want them to know their options.
Oh, one other thing. How can we be notified when whatever announcement goes out? Because I too, and I'm making an assumption that the councilwoman in the 7th Ward has already received calls. I have too. And I want to be able to say, especially with first come, first served, hey, the announcement was today. This is how it's going to roll out. This is when they're going to do the informational. Get it out.
For the 20 seconds, maybe we can go to your wards with you and have an information night. We go to your wards with you, have an information night. You invite your residents of your ward. We inform them. We want you to be involved in the process because you're the ones that have the day-to-day interactions with the residents.
All right. So we'll be part of understanding when the application process will be opened up.
We'll keep you informed throughout.
All right.
Madam Clerk, or Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
come with me to my ward. Where? Where do we go in the 4th Ward? There is no place to meet.
Real quick.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else? All right, since there's no one else, I will take my time. So we meet every, Seamus and Ms. Heather, we meet every Tuesday, every 3rd Tuesday of the month, and we will have a meeting. So will you all be able to do a presentation?
I'm more than happy to present for sure, wherever we can. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Of course, we
need
can't.
your support.
We can't do it in advance of you guys saying yes tonight.
Okay.
But post this, we'll be able to, when we're ready, with all the information ready to go, I'm happy to make sure. We want the residents to be informed. We don't want any mistakes made. We don't want people applying for the wrong program. If they're eligible for the whole program, maybe they don't realize that and they end up thinking I have to pay $1,000, but we want them to be fully informed so that there's no mistakes going forward that somebody, if they're a number 2 in the line, have applied for the wrong one.
Yeah, I appreciate that. One thing that I do appreciate is your willingness, every time, this isn't the first time, to come out and to engage with the community, as you all have done so in the past. And so this is just for the residents' knowledge. I've been having 2nd Ward community conversations for the last 3 years. And this is what we do. We give this kind of information out, this pertinent information that individuals need. So my next meeting will be for the 2nd Ward will be on this 3rd Tuesday, 9 o'clock. So I'm looking forward to seeing 2nd Ward residents and friends there. And please remember that you also will be fed. So come and eat with us and learn with us at the same time. All right, that's my shameful plug, and we will go ahead and go to the second round.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So, Heather, what you just said to my colleague in the 9th Ward kind of made it more confusing, meaning you said that maybe they get a partial tree tore down because they only have $1,000. How do you know that going in, what their tree is going to cost? And then you're going to, like, when you send out 10 addresses to go bid, you're not going to know that it's a $5,000 tree until it comes back. So now you're going to reach back out to the resident and say, it's $5,000. and then they say, no, I only have 1,000, then you're going to have to go back to the contractor and say, what can you do for $1,000?
It's not going to be quite that much of a maneuver. As we brought up in one of the other meetings that we've attended, the hope and the goal is to show that some successes with this and that we can potentially get some more money in to help them complete whatever's the trees that are not able to be taken down to the level where, like you're suggesting, that maybe it's a $5,000 tree and there's only $1,000 to use. Well, what can we do? So that's some of the things that we're doing, and we had shared with this group that we would be continuing to look for continuing resources to help pay for those trees to be completed. But no, the quote process is going to come in, and we're going to see what those quotes are based on the vendors, what they provide, but it's also in their proposals. So we can also gauge an idea of what's going to cost for that type of tree. So we already know walking in there before we receive a quote.
How are you going to gauge what type of tree is? Are we asking for pictures and heights and everything else from a resident?
Well, please understand that we're using the Conservation District. They have 2 forester arborists. They also have a tree track, I think it's called,
So
certification.
I'm confused there, though. 'Cause
And
he just asked about the Conservation District, and you said it was a different program.
they're part of this. They're still part of it. I've said that right along, that we have them as a resource. It
No,
doesn't
I
stop
understand
everything
that.
because we're using them, but
I
there's still,
understand
there's
that,
also.
But my colleague just asked that question. He
Yeah.
said it was part of a different program.
No, what he asked was, do we have to use them to come in and do they have to do specific things? No, they don't. That was that they don't have to come in and tell us for sure, yes, the tree can be taken down, or no, the tree cannot be taken down. That was the question he had. My point was, we're not going to have the Conservation District say, no, you can't take that tree down. The Conservation District is going to be part of the vetting process, such as what I'm doing as well. So we have those check and balance systems that has been required of the council for the last 9 years that I've been here, to show, using our expertise, what the DBH of the tree is, what the species is, what the expectation is to take that tree down. We'll assess the tree to see what the conditions are. That also tells us how much more money we're going to have to put into its removal. So we already know what we're looking at in cost before we get a quote.
All right. Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
do you want to finish, if you need my time, from what Councilman Pfeiffer was asking?
Yep, so I understand that he's being, maybe I'm not articulating in a manner that is making it clear to him, and I do apologize for that. But the point is, this is going to be a very simple method. We are going to use all the resources we have available, which includes the Conservation District, because we already utilize them in other sources, but they're also here for our residents in Genesee County and in the city of Flint. So why not use our resources? We want to make sure we get the best bang for our buck. We want to make sure that what's happening, that the community member who wants to have a change with this tree, if they for sure want it down, it's just going to come down. If they like, maybe I want to save it, but I just don't have the money to do the maintenance work on it, well, let's talk about that. We want them to know their options, because life's about choices. We don't want to give them that, or give them a choice and that's all you have. We're telling them, and we will offer that to them. Do you want to know more information on what's available to you in the tree that you're having a problem with? So it doesn't mean if they want it down, it's coming down. But will it completely come down? Well, based on what type of tree, how big it is, what the cost is, and we may have to look at some other sources for them. To complete it, I should say, to complete it. And that's something we've talked about at least on 4 occasions that I've been here. So does that, I'm sorry, Ms. Burns, was there something that you had that I could?
No,
Okay.
I'm fine. We've been
Okay.
over this tree stuff for some
Yeah,
months.
the tree process is very simple. We want to keep our urban forestry, but we also want to give our residents an opportunity to do something on their property that they want to do for their reasons. That's what this is about. There are residents that are elderly that can barely get medicines, and they've got a gigantic tree, and they're too old, or elderly, I should say, I'm sorry, too elderly to get out there and do maintenance on it. So please take the tree down, because I got another 30 years and I can't worry about the tree falling on my house. This is the perfect opportunity for that resident. Let's talk about that. Yeah.
Ms.
I'm all
Burns?
set.
All right.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the second round? All right.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
Thank you. I do understand a little bit of what my colleague in the eighth ward is saying. I also understand what you're saying. I think it's a kind of a miss in the middle thing here. A- a- and just correct me if I'm wrong in what I'm understanding is happening though. Once you get a call, they get approved, they go through the process, you're gonna go out, you're gonna take a look at the tree, and then it'll be put up for bid from there, right? And so, but what happens when you go look at the tree is you will be able to tell whether it's going to be over the $1,000 or $10,000 or whatever amount is going to be before they even start to do any kind of work or bother that tree, right? As part of your assessment, the cost is also going to be assessed there. Right.
Yeah, because that's our background,
Mhm.
right? The conservation district, myself, and others that do this type of work, we know what those things are.
Right. And so then
So-
once the cost is assessed, say they have been approved in whatever way, right? But the cost that gets assessed is more than what they can pay, right? Because we're only matching up to 1,000.
Yes.
From there.
For that one program.
For that one program. And so from there, we will give other options, because I did hear you clearly when you said that once people see that this is a viable program, we'll be looking to see of different sources of money coming in from other ways, right? But before we get to that step, we get to the house and we decide, okay, it's gonna cost this much, right? And they've got their up to $1,000 match. So they've got like 2,000, but the job will probably be like 5,000, 6,000. From there, you're going to present other options for what can be done with the tree, whether it's a trimming or something to kind of carry them over until the tree can be fully removed.
Yes, that's the idea.
Okay, all right, and thank you. And then other than that, because I've had you come speak in the seventh ward before, I'm going to invite you to all of our neighborhood association meetings because they will want to hear this. I'm really excited about this program. I'm happy that it's being coupled with the Hope Initiative. The work that we're doing here with the Hope Initiative and then adding the tree program to it, it is it's saving a lot of residents money as well as saving their property value and in some cases increasing property value because of those trees. So just thank you so much for this. I yield.
All right, anyone else in the second round? Seeing there's no one else, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. Resolution 240405.1. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Mr. Alamin? The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That resolution passes. Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Make a motion to approve 240512.
All right, there's a motion to approve resolution 240512. Any support? Support. Supported by the councilwoman in the seventh ward.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
through you to Amanda. Good evening.
Good evening.
Can you remind us what year the state will be starting to process our tax returns?
They will begin in January of 2027 to process 2026 returns.
So this will get us through till that point. Was this just 1-year contract or 2?
2,
So that'll get us through to that point.
correct,
So this is the final contract for this organization.
correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
That's why I separated it. Judy kind of answered my question, but I thought it was this year. When they presented, it was supposed to be this year. What changed?
I think it's well, it's all on there because they have to develop the software and everything. I think that there's more that they had to, I want to say create and modify, and it was all on their end, their computer software and stuff. So it's all on them because that's what it was originally going to start with 2025.
Yeah, this tax season, right?
Yes.
Yeah. When did we find out that they weren't going to be able to meet the year?
I believe it was like in June or July when they notified us because we were, like my staff, we were trying to gearing up for that to see what was happening, and then they said it was at that time. So
Yeah, no, I was excited because I hate doing the paper nonsense that
Yeah.
we do here. Is the state charging us money for that program?
Yeah, what the state will do is they're kind of like they will collect the funds and then take their portion from there. So they're not going to be invoicing us. They'll take their percentage out of the collections.
You mean, what do you mean they'll take their percentage?
Whatever their fees are.
We don't know what their fees are?
I don't, not off the top of my head right now, no.
Is it less or more than this $750,000? Do you know?
I want to say it's approximately the same, but I'm not sure. I don't remember the figures because that was over a year ago.
Yeah.
It was.
Um,
But there's going to, with whatever they're doing, they have a lot more resources, and what they're going to be able to do, what we have to do kind of on the back end is they'll be able to see if somebody, files their state return, then they're going to automatically know what zip codes are ours, and they can automatically get them to do the flip returns.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest, I'm very disappointed to see this resolution. I thought that the state was taken over this year, and this is the first I'm hearing that it's been postponed a year. Wow, okay. There was this, if we knew in June, then obviously this isn't a budgeted amount. This isn't, if we knew in June or July, that means that this is not a budgeted figure.
I believe it was in there. It is in there.
So we knew before June? Through the chair to finance.
Income tax processing was included in the budget. It just wasn't labeled as, it wasn't indicated that it was innovative software. So there was a dollar amount in that budget.
Okay.
From what I remember.
Yeah,
And
it
you need a
had to
different,
been.
you need a different income tax program, not, yeah.
Okay. All right. Do we anticipate it getting delayed again? Obviously, you
I
have no
don't think
control.
so. Me and Phil were having emails this week with Ann, one of the people at the state. So I don't, as long as we're getting them the information and they're keeping what they have to do, we keep supplying them the information and they're doing their processes to get it started.
And let's say that the dollar amount is the same, so as the previous year. Okay.
All right. Anyone else in the first round? All right, anyone else in the second round? All right, so seeing there's no one, thank you, Monda.
Yep.
We're going to call for the vote for resolution 240512. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That resolution passes. And so now it is time for the last resolution, which is 250005.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
motion to approve.
All right, and there's a motion to approve it. Support by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion? We're on resolution 250, it's on page 14, 250005.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I do want to state for the record that this has been a very productive meeting. I'm looking at the different resolutions in which we've all agreed. Several things were passed with all of our votes. I think there might have only been maybe one thing that we all did not agree on. I think it is unfortunate when it comes to the third ward candidate, we're not able to find that same level of cohesiveness, which is why I am in agreement that it is time to go ahead and set this election. I do believe while I would have loved to have followed the charter, and that we appoint, and we still have an opportunity to appoint, not saying that we cannot appoint, but I do think what is fair and necessary for residents of the third ward so that they can choose their own representation is that we go ahead and set this today. So thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead. I'll go with Ms. Priestley and then Ms. Burns.
Yes, the earliest we can have any election based on state law is May for the primary, with the election occurring in August. I would have loved to have had more time for the residents to get their signatures, but alas, that did not happen. So this is the earliest we could have set an election after Mr. Murphy's death. So I just wanted the residents to know that. There is no way we could have set an election prior to May. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to the city clerk. Did you reach out to the state elections to set a meeting earlier or an election earlier than May?
Good question.
Mr. Mitchell, you yell out again. That will be your second warning. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Yes, I did contact the Bureau of Elections, but as Ms. Priestley mentioned, Michigan election law for regular elections, May, August, and November are the dates for those elections. And this, what's going on with the city council does not constitute a necessity for a special election otherwise. So May is the earliest that this election could be set.
So, through you to Madam Chair, to Attorney Cups, what constitutes an early election? Because we've been in court and we were forced to go. We were summoned to go. What would constitute an early election? Because we did not agree. And what constitutes for it to be earlier than May?
I'm not sure of the exact requirements, but I
know that should be more than that.
But I do concur with what Clerk Donahue stated for this type of election for a city council seat. The earliest, again, in this situation would be that May timeframe.
Okay, and so here's my issue, because I really do not feel the answer is sufficient, because we're not going to agree. And the selection process is just not. Through you, Madam Chair, to the city clerk again.
If I may, Ms. Burns, I just want to just point out also that this, the setting of this election is separate from the appointment. This is for the regular election for the residents to vote. And the elections that would be set by the governor or the legislature in February beyond a presidential primary for a local election would have to be something like a vacancy in Congress or for state senators or something like that. It is not for a local election. And if they were to set a special election, they would still try to set it on the regular election dates in Michigan, which are
So we don't
May,
do February
August,
anymore,
and
do
November.
we?
No,
So
February is
Genesee
only,
County doesn't do February.
no, that's the statewide.
Oh, it's statewide
February,
now?
yes, February is only for like presidential primary, special school board elections, things like that, but not for a local election of this nature.
So we're
And
May, August, and November.
every election in the state of Michigan, those are the regular election dates, May, August, and November.
Yeah, I mean, so we're gonna be going by then 1,000 rounds or 5,000 because we're not going to agree. And I will state, and I won't change that. For me, when the state sent the paper back stating that the election, they did not state they would not certify it, but they said at that bottom paragraph, or second from the bottom, was to seek advice from our council. And our council stated that we should not, because we weren't recalling someone, but the election had already started. People had begun voting. The same people for the selection were the same people in the election. And then we had a problem with precinct 10. And when we look at and we gauge who got the most votes, it is undeniably, even though it was not certified by the state, it was Beverly Biggs first, and then second was AC Dumas. And so not acknowledging what the will of the people were, and it's who we like. I think we're going to be wasting more, not think we will be wasting more time going round and round, because we're not going to, and I don't know how many rounds, because I guess we're just going to have to, I don't know how that's going to work out. I'm not satisfied with this process. I'm not. I mean, I think we missed some windows of opportunity with certain things, and this whole thing has just been problematic to me, because I think that race.
All right, anyone else like to speak in the
Madam Chair.
first round? Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So, yeah, as an election expert, I would say, Madam Clerk, you are correct. It would have to be a statewide office to have a special date. But back on this, I just want to announce for the public, anyone interested in the third ward seat, they have to pay 100 or they have to get 75 signatures?
75 signatures.
So you have to go to the clerk's office, get petitions. You have to have 75 signatures, and they need to be turned in by close of business on January 21st?
4 p.m.
4 p.m. on January 21st. That is basically less than 2 weeks, right?
No,
It seems
yeah.
early.
Yeah, no, for the May election, yeah.
That's a normal turnaround time?
Yes, it's,
They should have been set.
so the election is set the
It is.
first Tuesday after the first Monday, and you have to give 15 Tuesdays. So the petitions are due 15 Tuesdays before the election. So yes, the 21st of January is the deadline for the petitions.
Okay. So if you are interested in being the third ward council person, you literally have zero time to react. So 75 signatures by 4 p.m. on January 21st, which is
It's a Tuesday.
Tuesday. So
If the resolution is approved tonight, the packets will be available in the clerk's office tomorrow.
okay. Yeah, so the $100 is not an option. You have to get 75.
Right, that's for a recall election.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk, or Chair.
If I can continue on
Yeah.
your time, just to say, and because this is election to fill a vacancy for a council seat that was voted on in 2021, it will be the old ward boundaries for the candidates as well as those signing the petition signatures. So it will be confusing again, but this is to fill the vacancy for the seat that Mr. Murphy was elected to in 2021.
And Madam Chair, or Madam Clerk, you're going to put out a press release, and you're going to have ward boundary maps for the folks that want to pick up?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round? All right, seeing that there's no one else in the first round, I will go ahead and take my time. So the law is the law, and the charter is the charter. And, you know, if it's unfortunate that we do not have anyone in third ward seat, seeing that our colleague passed away way back in September. We are now in the new year and the third ward is without representation. According to the charter, what's supposed to happen is we're supposed to appoint and then the residents will elect as soon as possible. So that did not happen. And right now I hear colleagues, it sounds like that they don't want to do the appointment process because they feel that Beverly Biggs Levy received the most votes, but we must realize that individuals declined to campaign when they were told that this election was not going to count. So if we're following the rules and the laws set by our state, trickled down by our clerk, it said that election not going to count. So no one should have been campaigning for an election that wasn't going to count. And so therefore we cannot try to hold the seat for an individual that campaigned for an election that did not count.
What's she talking about?
Well, I'm talking about, you were referring to Ms. Biggs.
Point of order.
Go ahead. What rule has been broken?
I don't have to say what rule has been broken, Madam
For
Chair.
a point of order, yes, you do.
Point of order.
What rule has been broken?
43.21, if you need a rule. Do not speak to the motives of the council people. We have not said that. You are quoting incorrectly.
Ms. Burns, you just spoke on Beverly Biggs receiving the most votes.
Madam Chair, point of order.
What is your point?
You stated that we were holding a seat. You're speaking to our motives. You're speaking incorrectly. Or are you telling the lie? Which word you choose is yours.
Okay, Ms. Burns. So as we proceed and as we watch our tone speaking with the chair, the point of the matter is that we have not, you made a statement on your podcast stating that it is your job and it is your duty to change the makeup of council, which it did not work. And what colleagues will refuse to do, and also what the state refused to do via the courts, they refuse to uphold an election that does not
Request for
count.
information.
What is your request?
Shouldn't the chair check her tone as well?
That is an abuse of a privileged motion because of
check your tone.
And that is your warning. Thank you.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
That's fine.
See, this is where
That's fine. Again,
with her.
privileged motion. There has been an appeal for the ruling of the chair. And so it has been supported by Ms. Burns. And so, and this is over the fact that the chair brought Ms. Winfrey Carter to order for abusing a privileged motion. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, your tone was disrespectful. One, you were out of line. Your character, you need to check that.
Wait, hold on, real quick, Miss. So who called that? Was it Miss?
I
Winfrey
did.
Carter? Okay, go ahead.
So can I get my time back?
Go ahead.
Since
Give her 5 more seconds.
you. You
Excuse me, Mr. Wilson, that's your warning. I'm not a big ass moose. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wilson, and thank you. So that's your warning. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ms.
Can I
Burns.
get my 5 seconds back because I didn't
Give
get
her
them?
5 seconds back.
So you asked for something that you're not willing to give, which is respect. You were speaking and misquoting, and you shouldn't have done that. Rule 43.21, your tone is extremely disrespectful, as you have called your colleagues swear words consistently. Your behavior has been deplorable. You've wanted to fight people. It has been your behavior and your actions that goes unchecked because you abuse the power and the position of that chair. You do it routinely. And when someone calls you out, we were doing fine. Then you use the chair and your position to abuse the power again and again. So you are abusing it, not her. We need you to give us the respect that you want this entire chamber to consistently give you.
Thank you. And so, after listening to the stalemate strategist awardee, I would like to go ahead and focus it.
your decorum, you're calling names. You're the chair. You're calling names.
Excuse me.
That would be still.
You're being brought to order.
Point of
You're
order.
being brought to
Point
order.
of order.
What rule's being broken?
A point of order. You have to watch your decorum. That you cannot name call.
I'm not.
If I was to call you the Red Rooster, then it would be a problem.
But Ms. Burns, since we're in the middle of a warning, that is your warning.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
That is fine, but you can't appeal. You can't appeal during an appeal. And so, Ms. Burns, you were awarded the award of stalemate strategist. And so, if you would like, we will take the time to play. What rule is being broken again?
You called me a queen.
The stalemate strategist. There you go. The stalemate strategist. So, with that being said, don't interrupt, or we will receive a second warning. This is the point. This right here, ma'am, that's your warning too. So this is the point. We have rules, and whenever you use a request for information or point of information, it is exclusively to find out information pertaining to your next vote according to council rules. This was exactly what that rule is for. You can take a look. It's within the city council rules. Senior council member Jerry Winfrey Carter. So that is why you were being brought to order, because you misused a privileged motion of a request for information when that information was not for your next vote.
It has nothing to do with
So
the
that's it.
next
And again, let's not speak on the mic. It is unfortunate that our colleagues do not like order, but we will have it. So as we proceed, a vote of a yes will overturn the ruling of the chair, and a vote of a no will uphold the ruling of the chair for Ms. Winfrey Carter's misuse of a privileged motion. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
If I may, I didn't catch who seconded that motion. Okay.
What did you say?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Okay. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Almin is not in. Ms. Lewis.
No.
Ms. Priestley is not in. The vote is 4 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 2 no, and that is her first warning. So as I was speaking on this resolution, we have a duty to uphold the charter, and the charter says appoint.
What is she doing? With the time?
And it says that we must appoint so we can elect.
Point of order. What are we doing with our clock?
Ready? Okay. Yeah, go ahead, proceed. I'm going to proceed. Again, it is our duty to appoint so we can elect. This is not a feeling. This is what's commissioned by law. And unfortunately, it appears that we have colleagues that don't want to follow this law. But I'm glad that now that we were able to.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
Robert's Rules 43.21, you're speaking to the motives. It appears that your colleagues don't want to follow the law. That is clearly speaking to the motive. The hypocrisy that you're saying something that we won't do, you are doing.
Okay, thank you. And so, as we continue to hear our colleagues bring up the election that does not count and can continue to interrupt me as I take my time, it's very unfortunate. And so, by law, we are commissioned again to select the most qualified and the most qualified individual to fill this spot. And so, before elections, we're supposed to appoint, and that's what this body must do. We must look at all things combined. We must look at community service experience. We must look at resumes, everything together, decorum in the chambers. We must look at those things, everything, as we look to select someone. When it's time to elect, the third ward will pick whoever they want to. So if they want individuals that do not practice decorum and et cetera, it is totally on the third ward. But this is the duty of this body. And so I'm happy that we're able to schedule this. We could have scheduled this sooner if our colleagues would have came to work. But nevertheless, we are here and we're looking forward to making sure. So we're looking forward to making sure that we fulfill the duties that we were set out to do. Request for information. Mr. Pfeiffer, what lies are being told? So the chair's asking Mr. Pfeiffer, since you're going to yell out those are lies and bullshit, what lies and bullshit is being told? No, sir, that's a direct quote from the 8th Ward. Oh, yes, it is. You just said it.
Point of order.
Go ahead. What's your point?
My point is that per our council rules, we are all supposed to be utilizing some sense of decorum. And so I would urge my colleagues, because we all want to set the election, just set the election. It doesn't have to turn into this, stick to the agenda item, let's go. Thank you.
Again, that's the problem. We need to make sure that we do have proper decorum. So if we're going to have colleagues that yell out and call with other colleagues and saying lies and bullshit, we need to make sure that we clear that up. And
request for information. What was the chair clear that I was talking to everyone when I made that statement? It wasn't directed at the chair. It was across the board, everyone yelling out all of this.
So, no, we're going to take your time. That's your warning. Stop yelling out. So as I was saying with the rest of my time, I wasn't speaking to the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. I was speaking to your colleague next to you to refer to what I was saying as lies and quote unquote bullshit, which came out of his mouth. So moving forward, looking forward to setting this election, looking forward to doing what the charter say do, and hopefully before May, we can agree to put the most qualified and capable individual in this seat to fulfill the brief term so the 3rd Ward can elect the person. And again, when we talk about decorum, let's make sure that we keep it proper on all levels. And just because you don't like what someone say, let's make sure that we don't use derogatory language, because when it's repeated, it doesn't sound good, but that's the direct quotes. And this is coming from the councilman who have told colleagues to shut the F up. And when the councilwoman in the 6th Ward said that I got up to fight, that's the councilman that lunged at me. So we got to make sure that we are being honest. What is your point?
You are not germane to the appointment of the 3rd Ward councilman.
Point of order.
So thank you. What is your point of order, Ms. Priestley?
You cannot bring up things that happened in the past.
Yeah, well, it is germane. It is germane to what was happening, what was just said. So as I wrap up, thank you for the point of order. We will go ahead and proceed with the 2nd round. Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So I think it's awesome that she says, well, my colleagues don't want to show up. But the record will state every single vote for the 3rd Ward, there are certain 4 people that got up and broke quorum every single time. So when I say lies, it's lies. It's lies. The 1st Ward got up, the 2nd Ward got up, the 4th Ward got up, the 7th Ward got up. So when we say, oh, my colleagues didn't want to show up, we were here to vote. So it's just lies. So anyone that believes the nonsense coming out of her mouth, I got a swampland to sell you.
Anyone else in the 2nd round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms.
So this resolution is 25005-T, scheduling of a special primary and special general election, Third Ward City Council seat. Resolution resolving that a special primary election shall be scheduled for Tuesday, March 6th, 2025, and a special general election shall be scheduled for Tuesday, August 5th, 2025, to elect a council member for the Third Ward for a term ending November 2026, and further resolving that the deadline for submitting nominating petitions for the Third Ward seat shall be Tuesday, January 21st, 2025. We've had the last several people that have spoken to everything but what I just read. All we need to do is, yes, I support setting this election. No, I do not. Roll call, Madam Clerk. All this other stuff, us devolving after we've gotten along for hours at this point, is unnecessary. We knew this was going to be a point of contention, so we should have kept it simple. Are we voting to set the election or not? It should be that simple. All this other stuff is unnecessary. We have other meetings to get to. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
through you to the clerk, I just want to make sure I'm understanding. The dates outlined in this resolution are absolutely the soonest you can or are willing to set the election.
These dates are the soonest that the election can be held by Michigan election law.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the second round? Okay, so see that no one else, I'll just briefly take my time. We have video to show. Our colleague passed away in September, and we were supposed to have this done by October. And a lot of our colleagues did not show up, causing us to violate the charter. So we are here. We could have been set this date, but we are setting it within the next year. We're here to do that. But what I will not be is called a liar when all this is on videotape. As well as when people say it from not only from their elected seats, but they say it from their podcast, and as well as when they make social media posts and put it online. I take this job serious. So when people come up here and quote unquote gaslight, it doesn't do the residents any good. So I'm looking forward to setting this date. And yes, the meeting was going well, but what we will not do, we will not sit up here and act like the rules and laws aren't what they are. We're supposed to appoint, then elect. The election didn't count. Let's stop riding on the misinformation that those things do count. Let's make sure that we are doing things in decency and in order. And so with that being said, let's go ahead and move on for the vote. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to set the election.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no, and that resolution to set the Third Ward election passes.
Motion to adjourn.
All right, there's a motion to adjourn. Any support? Supported by the councilman in the First Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Okay, that is your last warning for calling me a big ass moose. You are removed from this meeting. And ma'am, you are removed too thank you. We haven't done roll call yet. Thank you. I will after you. Ma'am, you are removed from the meeting. Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is not in. The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. This meeting is officially adjourned.
15 minutes.
I did, yeah. What? It already came through? Okay, is it, so I'm led to believe hearing what we're talking about here now, did it go through committee? Through committee? No, no, but did it go, did it get put? You got it. You sure? What resolution number was that? Yeah, that's what I'm questioning. Yeah, yeah, I'm really not. Yeah, J.E. Jarrett, yeah. So, it passed, right? Okay. It passed on the 12th, on December. Yeah, December 16th was when it passed, it was a special council meeting. And like I said, was that, I would venture to say that. And that for me, I don't like circumventing the process in it. Because for me, it doesn't give us opportunity really to vet. So that's yeah, that's and I probably, because it looked like there was another something right behind it or before it, was a police grant, and if I probably was the one who didn't vote. Yeah, that's. I don't have a problem accepting grants. It's the process, and there are times that I like to know that we understand what accepting a grant means. What's the process? How's it going to work? What are we committing to? What are our deliverables? Some of those type of things. Even like tonight, I had a resident similar to Merry Christmas, trust the holidays went well. You got me on the list for the trees. I'm like, right now there is no list for that, and so that's why I'm like, because some of this stuff, I don't follow. Part of the reason why I can sit up here.
Mr. Pfeiffer, what's going on, man?
They're not holding it up that I know of. This is the first that I'm hearing anything from. So nothing's been done up that I know. No, it's all love. The same way I'm cordial with people, I'm cordial with them. What is it? You catch more flies. Bees with honey. Something like that, even though that's a weird saying as a beekeeper, because the bees are the ones that produce.
I don't know what you just.
Right. I'm gonna ask. Actually, I know his name's I'll figure it out.
Put a letter in our box in October or September.
I know they put one in last year for a grant drawing, but I was going to attack. I mean, I was to participate.
They said Leon participated, so
I'll get it.
Davina?
I'm gonna make these motherfuckers spend 250 hours. David against the fucking will. I gotta do this shit for you. No, you ain't. No, you ain't. No, you ain't. This shit for this for the somebody. I'll never share nothing about that young lady until she made that podcast.
Jonathan, are you still thinking about the board priorities being encompassed? Or are you changing? It's hard. Yeah, okay, I just wanted to, because I had some questions or suggestions, thoughts on some of this. That was a special. So now we're ready to go into.
Your voice carries. Okay.
So again, to everyone, if you want to speak at this meeting, you need to fill out another slip. It's a new meeting, so committee slips are in the back.
Oops, the time is now 8:54, and I hereby call this Finance Committee of the Flint City Council to order. Roll call, please.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett? You have 8 members present.
We have 8 members present. Are there any changes or additions to the agenda? We're going to just remove them, yes. The clerk has a correction to the agenda. So I was going to let her do her correction first.
Oh, I'm not sure what are you talking about something else? But there is one resolution, page 240548, reallocation of our funds for St. Mark Missionary Baptist Church community outreach. That resolution actually failed at the December 16th Finance Committee meeting, so it should not be included on this agenda.
So the resolutions that we are going to drop is 240457. Because these are resolutions that passed in our special council meeting. 240457.
I'm sorry, Madam.
Yes.
I just want to say, Madam Chair,
We're not
not to drop, they're just removed.
Just being removed.
Yes.
Yes, yes. 240551. 240584. 240586.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
the St. Mark, for you to the clerk, what was the vote on that?
Just one moment. So there was a motion to send it to council. That motion failed by a vote of 3-2. And then there was a motion to keep it on the Finance Committee agenda. That motion also failed by a vote of 3-2.
So we only have 5 members.
At that point, yes, in the meeting.
Okay, but it can be brought back by someone who voted in the affirmative.
Correct.
Re-
Yeah.
We don't do 30 days anymore.
Yeah. It's 30 days.
I don't think we do that, because y'all bring them back the next day.
That's reconsiderations.
Yeah, well, the meeting.
It can,
it's
the
not
new rules say it can be reconsidered at any meeting of council. It doesn't have to be the next meeting. It could be
Or
any
at-
meeting.
So I'm sorry, Madam Chair, could you repeat, Madam Clerk?
The change to the rules states that a reconsideration can be made at any meeting. It doesn't have to be the next,
So can we
regular.
put it as reconsidered for this meeting?
at a regular or special meeting. It has to be a council
At a
meeting.
regular council meeting?
Correct.
Which would be Monday?
I'm sorry, not a
Okay.
special meeting, but a regular meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, is there any other changes or additions?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
didn't we already see 240553?
We did not, it may have been kept in finance. I have my notes from the last meeting.
Okay, so it got kept in finance. Okay.
Let me double check here.
At the last finance committee, a motion was made to keep it in finance committee.
Yep, was kept in finance. Yes, go ahead. 583. That was kept as well. And I did not bring that forward into resolution because it was just transfer funds. I figured it could wait. Any others? Any other changes or additions?
584 we're done. And 586 too.
Hearing none. It is now time for public speaking. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes, only one speaking opportunity allowed per members of the public, and you should have signed a slip beforehand. Madam Clerk, who is our first public speaker?
First speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, I'm Ariel Mitchell. I want to speak on the subject of St. Mark. If Greater Holy Temple Church of God in Christ can get reimbursed for running out of food, and why not St. Mark? Until talking about wait till you should, like that preacher on Holbrook Street that built that brand new church. Get all that stuff and got a laundromat to wash them kids' clothes when they want to feel bad going to school. They got that done just like 1, 2, 3 without no debating and stuff like that. And one more other thing about them, I feel like Chicken George. I can't get ahead for the Red Rooster to keep pecking, to treat me like a hen. I mean the Red Rooster ain't the elephant in the house. It's the Red Rooster here calling the shots. Red Rooster, hello? Are you listening? Oh my God! Well, I never did understand about a rooster. When I first got married and got my son, the first thing I offered to buy him a rooster, and my wife said, "What you gonna buy the boy?" I was going. He said, "You can't have no rooster in Flint." I was going, and I was gonna see what a rooster is all about, cause I left Georgia too early. I saw a whole lot of biddies running around. They treat them and they eat them. Step on one by accident, you can kill them by so many. And I wonder where they come from. And I ain't been. See, I can't even get used to this Flint, Michigan, because people like Handkerchief Head, Nick Rose, or whatever they is. I'm trying to find out which one they are. But the rooster moving around over there. Okay, and another thing,
Mr. Mitchell,
ma'am.
please refrain from using derogatory language. Thank
That's
you.
real language. Wait a minute, honey. I'm trying to figure out what's. Anyway, Happy New Year, everybody. Well, every New Year's I'll be trapped in the streets going through the New Year party out in Grand Blanc 3 times in 3 years in a row, and they playing that. And the DJ playing that white boy music and all that stuff and do the bunny track. I can't hardly track. And only played Michael Jackson doing the moonwalk. That's the only thing he played out there, but that high school out across the street where that gas station at. And it was snow. But the woman didn't want to go by herself. That's why I went with it and barely made it. Anyway, how much time I got, Davina?
30 seconds.
Yes, dear. But man, well, I feel like I'm hen-picked already. Rooster picked. Before I even get there. Pick me, Davina. How about that? What? Happy New Year, everybody. Stay tuned. We're going to get our money or else. Tyler ain't going to see to that.
Next speaker is James Moore.
James Moore, Second Ward, back again. Earlier I was talking about that water, and I hope that it ain't been forgot since then. But earlier I was at the doctor's office down off of Saginaw and Bristol, and I noticed that the drinking fountains, you push the button and no water came out. But if you go wash your hands or flush your toilet stool, the water do work. So I said, that's a funny water situation that they got down at the medical complex down there. So I applied the same thing here. I came upstairs and I tried the water, and it don't come on at the faucet. I tried the safety one that filters out the water, and it don't put out water. So I went into the bathroom and I washed my hands, and the water did come on. And I know they're doing a lot of repairs to City Hall. Maybe they just got those particular pipes cut off, but I'm not really sure. But I know one thing, it's been 11 years we've been dealing with the water. You know, maybe we should start shipping our water out to the rest of the state, and maybe we could get something done. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rich Jones.
How y'all doing today? We ready to roll. I need some clarity here. Is Hasselbreen finna close, or is it just a discussion going on between the current people that's operating there and the administration? Because I'm getting information like they're finna close, they're kicking the seniors out of Hasselbreen. And I just really need some clarity on that. I think it's very important that the citizens of Flint hear that, because like I said before, it's a lot of information out saying that they're finna close Hasselbreen. Another thing that I want to bring up again is the fact that in 2021, I called Eric Mays up and I asked him, how much would it cost to stabilize the Flint Water Fund? And he said 21 million. I bumped into Dan Kildee, the originator, the one who wrote the pandemic relief fund that you now are talking about when you say ARPA funds. And I told him that I talked to Eric Mays, and Eric Mays said it cost $21 million to stabilize our water fund. I was gonna ask for 22, 11 this year and 11 next year. He jumped for joy. He was happy. He said, that's what I wrote this bill for. And for you guys to act like I didn't know what I was talking about, let all the time go by, all of the money. Now, I said this before you spent a dime. I said this before Eric Mays said we should give all city employees $5,000. And he didn't get 5 votes for that either. Now, Ms. Claire has came up here many a times telling y'all about ways that y'all can help the residents with their bills and stuff. What happened to a special meeting to get all of that taken care of, to bring that to light? But y'all never address me, y'all never answer me, but please clear up about what's going on in Hasselbreen. Are the seniors actually finna get kicked out of that building, or will they be in that building until all of the agreements can be made? Thank you.
The next speaker is Beverly Biggs Levy.
Hi, my name is Beverly Biggs Levy. I live in the 3rd Ward. Pastor St. Mark's Church should receive that money. He's out here every other week giving away free food, helping people in the needs, and we can't look over that ward, which is in the 2nd Ward. How y'all turned that down, I don't know. I'm not understanding that. There's a lot of people not doing anything, and you give them money for willow trees. You give them money for stuff that doesn't even mean anything. And then in the third ward, we have nobody, but I live on Philadelphia and Saginaw Street. It's a building right there on the corner that all of the wood is off the windows. They done broke the windows. They don't went, I don't know if somebody living in there or not, but it needs to be checked out before some kid goes in there or gets stumbled in there and something happened to them. I don't know, it's been there for years boarded up. In the last month and a half, it's not boarded up anymore. The windows are on the ground, somebody can fall and cut themselves. And then on Philadelphia and Industrial, there's a lot of garbage bags that somebody is dumping right on that corner. Y'all cut the trees down over there, but the trash man come, he never picks that up. That needs to be handled. A lot of things in the third ward needs to be done. It's 8 of you guys. Somebody need to ride over in that area and start checking it out. You check it out. You have shovels in your car to shovel somebody out if they're stuck. Why not nobody going by checking the third ward out for this things that needs to be done in that area, since there's nobody in the seat? Have a blessed day.
The next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
All right, let's start off with the vote. There was 3 of y'all here, Judy and Liddell. There was 4 votes for St. Mark's, and Liddell voted against it, and it failed. So it was 4-1. Somebody came back and said, let's send it to finance. And then that's when Liddell voted for it, to send it back to finance. If you go back and watch the video, you'll know. Let me say this. About the last meeting, Judy, you got me arrested and you took my time for saying BS. Liddell set her butt up there and said BS I don't know how many times. See, here's the problem, and this is why you have so many issues from the audience. Y'all was sitting up there, and I just sat back and watched. I could hear y'all laughing and chucking and all kinds of stuff back there. Judy, Candace, everybody. If you're gonna make a rule for the audience, y'all gotta abide by that rule also. That's the deal here. People don't start acting a fool until y'all start acting a fool. Liddell, that's a demon child. Liddell shakes everybody's spirit. Hey, wait, damn it. It's freedom of speech, man. And y'all keep on doing this, and I'm gonna keep on suing you. I can call her Sideshow Bob from
Please be respectful.
Listen, man, I'm saying I can say what I want to, and there's nothing that you or nobody else can do about it. And see, the problem here, you know, we fought for these rights, and there's nothing that you can do to stop me. Nothing.
Mr. Woodson, please.
No, Mr. Woodson, nothing, man. Y'all, I got 3 minutes. Ain't nobody, you can't, because I say she's Sideshow Bob or whatever the case, whatever, Moose or whatever I want to call her. It ain't nothing y'all can do about it. Y'all better grow some thick skin, man. For real. Now, she done sat up there and talk mess about everybody else at the last meeting. Best meeting I ain't seen down here in a long time until the demon child
Mr. Woodson,
stepped
I'm
out there.
asking you to be respectful.
Man, I am respectful. I could call her a demon child.
That is not being respectful.
I don't care. I could call her a demon child. There's nothing that nobody can do about it. It's freedom of speech. You show me where there's vulgar language. Is demon child a vulgar language? I know you always saying vulgar language. Is vulgar language, is that vulgar language? Demon child? Where in your rules does it state that I can't call your name? Where is it? Everything was okay until she popped off. And y'all sided with it.
Thank you, that's your time. Is there any other public speakers?
The last speaker for this meeting is Sandy Jobin.
I'm going to concur with that as freedom of speech. And Judy, you supposedly are a Republican, so you should know about freedom of speech, I believe. So you can say whatever you want at this podium, and your little power trips don't really matter to me. I don't really care. You guys sit down, you guys sit up there and act like you're better than anybody else. But soon Flint is going to figure this all out, and they're going to unite, and you guys will be gone. And we will have somebody in there that does respect the people, that does look up to them, and don't sit up there and call people's names and their colleagues and call out the Facebook or their podcast or their red hair or whatever else you guys want to waste time on. My number one question is, and this should be a question for everybody, is where are the children? Where are the missing children in Flint? That's what you guys should be talking about. And it will soon come. Where are the missing children? Where are the missing children? Secret societies? You want to steer me down? Oh, we can steer down. No problem. And I will call you a demon child.
Please be respectful.
Oh, I am.
But I know that that's impossible for you, so go ahead.
Oh, please. Look at this. They can say whatever they want and do whatever they want, but you at the audience should still be quiet and be respectful. And you're going to bring me to order? You can't bring me to order when I have freedom of speech.
Point of order.
Point of order? You ain't got no point.
What's your point?
The point of order is I was bringing the lady in the vest to order for yelling out while she was speaking and while you were speaking as well. And then she needs a warning. She's still talking.
Her time is still up. Her time was interrupted.
Give me 2. We can count 3.
Mrs.
How
Jobin.
about 4? 5? Count that hard? I don't know.
Is was that our last speaker?
Yep.
Okay. It's now time for council response. Each council member shall have 2 minutes to respond to the public. Is there anyone who would like to respond
Madam
to
Chair.
the public? Go ahead.
Just like to respond to Mr. Jones's question about Hasselbring. So Hasselbring is not closing. Seniors are not being charged anything. There is a new service provider, Ms. Wiggins. She introduced herself during the last presentation we gave with the city about a couple weeks ago, and explain and outline the direction of which Hasselbring is about to be headed towards. But it's not about to close. Seniors not being charged or anything. Thank you.
Is there anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The children has been an issue in this community because of Facebook posts. I think Chief Green did address it, but there may need to be some more, he needs to get into it a little bit further. The one child, there were issues. But I do want to speak about Hasselbring because it is a county facility. It is funded by the county through senior millage. We were told Hasselbring would not close. But what it is doing is the vendor is changing. The vendor that's there has had their 990s in order since the director was there. We were told she wouldn't be going anywhere, and she is. It is a form of retaliation. It's an abuse of power, abuse of position. And so when we further split this community, this is what is being done. They're being displaced, and council members are not speaking up. There's a third party when in 2012, an emergency management stated they were taking that facility, was set to be sold. The doors were locked and they were chained. We are supposed to have a third party nonprofit vendor. And how can the city take that back? We keep asking for the contracts. It's very specific. There's even articles about it. I'm waiting for that paper to come because the same thing is Brennan. So we keep getting lied to about this. So what happens with the seniors? They're going to split, obviously, because they're purposely dividing them. It wasn't broke, and we didn't need this administration to fix it. Not when we are shedding talent at least 40 key talents and departments have left here. Leave it alone. Give them support. Don't take it from them. They're in good standing with the county, good standing with the state of Michigan since 2016 when they took it back from the city.
Is there anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm also, Rich, I'm going to address your water, your comment that you made about $20 million would upright the water. That is somewhat misleading because by the end of 2030, our water fund is going to be bankrupt. We're currently running $11 million deficit every single year. So $20 million would save us for 2 years. We need fundamental change in the water and how the water rates are, how the water departments ran, the whole 9 yards. $20 million would kick the can down the curb or down the street for 2 years. At $11 million per year deficit, in the end of 2030, we run out of money. So just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead.
Also, Mr. Rich Jones, I want to piggyback off of what Councilwoman Burns have shared with Hasselbreen. I find it very coincidental that the administration now wants to name Hasselbreen, rename it and include Councilman Eric Mays' name in that. The reality of it is this. Mayor Neely doesn't like Mays. He didn't like Councilman Mays. And guess what? Councilman Mays couldn't stand him. Okay? But see, this is a tactic to get the residents to buy in to what's going on at Hasselbreen, to buy into all of the shadiness. You know, see, he's playing on their emotions. And I'm telling you, it's just not right. That whole situation is a mess. So I just want the residents to be aware of what's going on. This is one of those ploys, another ploy that he uses to get buy-in. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair, thank you. So I would like to reiterate again that we have a fire safety campaign going on within the city of Flint, and we want to ensure that all residents are able to receive free carbon monoxide detectors and free smoke detectors. The great part is that the city of Flint, we were ranked #1 in the state for smoke detector and carbon monoxide installation. So that is something that we would like to hang our hat on with the efforts of the councilwoman in the 7th Ward, and also mine partnering with the Flint Fire Department and the Red Cross. So if we have any residents that are interested in receiving free smoke detectors, free carbon monoxide detectors to keep your family safe, please reach out to our Flint Fire Department, or you may reach out to Councilwoman Machette, the Vice President of Flint City Council, or you can reach out to me, Liddell Lewis. And also, just want to thank everyone for staying as we continue to get through the rest of this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing there was no other council response? Oh, sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Go ahead.
I mean, everybody else has pretty much the same people that were already in here, but just in case anybody else has tuned in, YouTube, just now tuning in, Happy New Year. We are all excited to be back and eager to do the work of the city. Definitely appreciate when residents come and they're involved in the process. We even appreciate when we have visitors from other parts of the county that are not necessarily City of Flint residents. I do want to say, though, that we're all adults in this room. And so we are all clear about name calling and all that other stuff and how it is counterproductive. We're all clear that, and even though society has changed somewhat, I think there are still some old-fashioned men who are clear and aware about the name calling of women, and they don't take that route as men. And so I would just urge and encourage from my colleagues to the audience on down to maybe take a step back as adults and not name call. I mean, I think we all sit up here and know that there is a certain amount of criticism that we can expect from this position, because there are people who may agree with our votes, who may disagree with our votes, who may agree or disagree with how we move. I think there's a way that you can respectfully agree, disagree, critique, and criticize without having to be personal and juvenile name calling. Again, people are adults, they can say and do what they want, but just know that the name calling is a reflection of you and your capacity to properly handle yourself in society. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And that is everyone but myself, and my comments have been addressed. So we shall go ahead, and I will entertain a motion for the consent agenda.
Madam Chair? Oh, go ahead.
It's been supported by, the motion's been made by Mr. Pfeiffer and supported by
Yes,
Dr.
support.
Lewis. Okay, is there any separations?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I would like to separate 240582, page 5, the bricks.
Okay.
I thought that was done. And I think that is pretty much, for me, that is it.
Is there any other separations?
582 is the last.
Chair.
Go ahead.
I would like to separate
Page 5.
540553
240553.
on page 3.
Okay, for the choice neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. Any other?
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
240577.
Okay. Any other? Okay, we have separated, any other before I announce the separation or the consent agenda? Okay,
That's the last one.
Okay, so the consent agenda consists of the following resolutions. 240578, No, I'm talking about the consent agenda. 553 was separated.
It was separated.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have a question.
578 is my first part of the consent. No, no, no. I got this. 240578. 240583. 240585. 250000. 250001 and 250002. I want to remind my colleagues that according to our council rules, we can do a voice A or nay as a group and call a voice vote if necessary. But every time we do a voice vote, they have to take minutes of this meeting. Otherwise, it just goes to council and they do not have to do minutes. Just wanted to put that out there.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I think you said every time we do a voice vote, but you mean a roll call vote.
Yeah.
Roll call vote, we have to do minutes. If you do voice vote, we don't have to do
That's-
minutes.
Okay, so what is the pleasure of the body? Roll call or votes? Okay, roll call. Okay.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That passes. Our first separation is 240553. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I would like to make a motion that we send 240553 to council.
Is there support? It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I have a question through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Ashley. So Ashley, please explain what this is going to be used for. And then I also want to know, when will this project be complete?
Yep, so we're in phase 3 of the housing development for choice. The remaining funds will be used to complete phase 3. It's about 96, 97 units in the choice neighborhood. And we are scheduled for completion September of this year.
Okay, so also with that choice money, with that whole HUD grant, did we take care of the blight within the project?
Yeah, so we demoed 12 properties in the area, one
Okay.
commercial and the rest residential in that area.
Okay, all right. I gotta get with you because there was one property that I thought was on the list for this.
Yeah, absolutely. Just you can send it to me.
Yeah, I will.
I would like to make a amendment to the final contract number, so we can amend the resolution. The final contract number should be $20,414,045 instead of the it states, I'm sorry, $2 million. It states $2,090,045.
Oh,
What was-
is it resolved? Sorry, I'm stepping on you.
Can you say that?
The
question?
contract amount?
Yep, so it should be, actually, I'm sorry, I think,
Because we got
Mr. Jones?
$2,090,045.
I can hear you.
okay, so I have so the comma is in the wrong place.
Oh, that's all it is. That's not important.
And then
Is it?
it should be $20,414,045.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay,
And that is the last number on the resolution, at the bottom of the resolution. But the total add for 2 million is correct.
okay, let me see.
Oh, I
Where-
see where the
Yeah.
whereas is.
Where is it?
It's right above the table where the account numbers and the department name of
I'm
account
still
is.
trying to-
It's just the comma is in the wrong place. I don't think we need to amend that. That's just a typo. And it
Is
doesn't
that-
affect the number.
Is that through you, Madam Chair, to the clerk? Is that so, Madam Clerk?
Do we need to amend to move the comma?
Where's the mistake?
It's right above the table. in the resolution itself, it's right above the table.
Excuse me, so it's actually the last number that's on the resolution.
on the resolution
Yep,
too,
so
it's
the
the last
number,
number.
it reads 20,191,735. And that number needs to change to $20,414,045. It's in the "It is resolved" section at the bottom.
Yeah,
Yep.
it has to be changed.
It's a completely different number
It
than what
is,
we've got.
it is, yes.
Yeah, okay.
So we have to amend it.
I'm just not getting to it.
20,414,000.
And $45.
20,
No, I get that.
419,000.
Request for information.
What's your request?
But the previous number that was approved and this change order equals the new number?
I'm sorry, what change order?
Well, the change of this dollar amount.
Yeah, so the change of the contract, the original contract is 18 million. We're adding 2 million. And with the changes, so that would bring the total to $20,414,045.
For 20,414,445.
Correct.
Okay. You want to make a motion to amend? Or we'll have to wait till the next round.
Yeah, we'll make the motion to it.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Would anyone else like to make the amended motion? Okay,
Madam Chair.
go ahead.
I make a motion that we turn 24055 to 24055 3.1, changing the dollar amount on the be it resolved to $20,414,045.
It's been moved and properly seconded. 7 and 1 to change the dollar amount for the total contract to $20,414,045. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair, there's no
No
discussion.
discussion on this one. Okay, no problem. All right, this is the vote to change that dollar amount.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That now has become a vote of .240553.1. Is there, and I need a motion. All right, it's been moved by Mr. Pfeiffer, supported by Ms. Mashat to send to council. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? This is the vote to send 240553.1-T to council.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
Mr. Alamin.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. Our next resolution is 240578. Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, 240577.
I got this.
You got this.
Yeah.
I was thinking, you guys confused me last time. All right, is there a motion?
Send to council.
It's a motion on the floor to send to council. Is there support?
Madam Chair, I'll support that motion.
And is there any discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes, I can. The first organization, which would be University Park Estates, Homeowners Association. They have been asking for funds to redo their signage out there in the front of University Park, right there on Saginaw Street. And then, of course, landscaping. And the $10,000 that I'm trying to award to them is not going to take care of the entire project, but I did say that, as far as my ward initiative, I could help them with some of the costs. And then there's other beautification projects that they want to do within their area. Let me see, the Grand Traverse District Neighborhood Association, they are trying to redo 7th Avenue, the sidewalks. So they did not have quite enough money to redo that project that they're trying to do. And then some other beautification projects. And they also, Grand Traverse also takes care of that park right there, right there on, is it Second?
It's
Right.
the one right there that basically is, or it's across the street from 475, like that one?
It's actually across the street from the plant. It's a little park. You probably hadn't even realized or noticed the park. But they take care of that, and they wanted to do something as far as people drive up on the grass and stuff, yeah. And so they want to get that taken care of. And then the next Mattawani Hills Neighborhood Association, they want to do some beautification projects as far as within their association group. And because they are not a 5013 or whatever, the fiduciary for their funds will go to First Church of Brethren. Okay? And then I thought it would be nice to help the crossover outreach. They needed funds for more personal need items that residents go over and get. So she said that they were running out of funds. We did not set aside funds for our neighborhood associations. So I thought it would be a good thing to award my neighborhood associations some funds. I have other associations, but I think those associations have been taken care of through other opera funds. And that's it.
So the crossover outreach, I know that their new building or whatever, they're giving out personal need items for this, like deodorant, soap, that type of stuff? Okay.
Yep. They give out a lot of stuff over there, Yeah. So.
Who's the director over there?
I can't
I know
think
she's
of
been
it right
before
now.
us a couple
What
of
is,
times.
yeah, she's been here a couple of
Yeah, okay.
times. Yeah.
That's it, I'll yield.
Okay, any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So I do understand the desire to give money to neighborhood associations because that's what I did with my allocation, was to make sure that the people who are there, who are taking care of the surrounding areas, making sure that they stay nice and making sure that, you know, they're looking out for their neighbors. I think that is a good use of money to help support the neighborhood associations. I also am happy to see crossover outreach on here because, like you said, they do a lot of great work in this community. They service a lot of residents, and they also meet some other needs that are not necessarily typically met. And so I think this that'll go a long way with them. I think what was my question with the? Where did you say the Grand Traverse neighborhood district? Where is that part? Because I want to make sure next time I drive by.
There. Drive. What is the? If you drive down 2nd Street, once you pass GM, you know that GM building, start looking over to the right,
Okay.
and you'll see the park. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. And so they want to fix that area where people drive up there and stuff. And then some other, they're not getting much, but some other beautification projects.
Yeah, for sure. Because one of the issues that we have that's a huge contribution to blight is people parking on grass, driving over grass, and all of that.
And that's
so.
what they want to fix right there at that park.
Yeah, because once people see tire tracks, they start dumping, and it gets real crazy.
It's a really nice area, nice park.
Mhm. Right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, Ms. Winfrey Carter, did you vet all of the money through the compliancy firm?
Yes, I did. And Nick also did that as well.
Okay. All right. Got it. Okay. Well, the colleagues, they asked the questions that I had, and those were some of the concerns, because I wanted to hear exactly what the monies were being used for, so we could hear what they're being used for, see if we can replicate some of those things in our ward. And, you know, I see that we have neighborhood associations in the 5th Ward doing great things. The Grand Traverse District Neighborhood Association, the University States Homeowners Association, neighborhood associations really do help the community. Do you agree? Absolutely, just like Cyrus Park. So I just want to make sure that we continue to spread great information and support all neighborhood associations that have applied for money, that are awarded money, so we can continue to do great work throughout the entire city. And also, I know this is on subject as well, I want to make sure that other neighborhood associations understand that another grant cycle is coming about through the Community Foundation as well as Habitat for Humanity. So those are other avenues so our neighborhood associations can continue the great work that they're doing in their communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This is an absolute great use for your ward, as there were the other wards and I think associations, and the outreach center Crossroads is really a great one. But I do want to, you know, some of the things we talk about supporting the other wards. We do know that the 2nd Ward did not support yours and voted no, but I am in support of yours.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Are you aware that I did not support it because I wanted to hear more about it, as I previously just stated?
That's a misuse of point of information. Warn
Point of
yourself.
order. Point of order.
Which point?
I used a privilege mode. Go ahead. I was about to explain.
That was not your response. It was my job to respond to her, not you. Go ahead. Did you have another point of order?
Yeah, so just for the record, when we use privilege motions, I stated that so she will understand the next vote. So that's why we use the privilege motion, the request for information, so you will have an understanding of the next vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
It would be for you to understand
Ma'am,
any of the
ma'am,
next, so
please.
don't ma'am me, because this is my time and you need to allow me to have my time.
I am sorry,
So-
because I forgot that you were the one speaking at the moment. Go ahead.
So like I stated, she misused, it was a gross abuse, again, of a privileged motion. That wasn't gonna help her. And she was making a shot, as she always does. But I do want to say with Crossroads, Councilman Pfeiffer did bring up, they do some great work. We've got some great organizations. You have a thriving area where there is a lot of new development. And where your ward is, they're pretty much buying up everything and redeveloping it. And where we once saw, if we look 20 years ago, there's a lot of redevelopment and things really are changing. I mean, even if we look at where you have, I believe in your ward, it is a Soggy Bottom that used to be a Chinese restaurant. So we look at where Jag the Haberdasher used to be Hurlick's, and now it's going to, and then it was the Apple Place, and now it's bought by, I believe, Communities First, and then the Odyssey House. So you've got so many great changes, and I think addressing your associations who don't often have funds or collect dues, that this is a great use of it. And so I like to see when we're working together to support each other in that, because your ward, you know, some sides of the street, west or east, we butt up to each other.
Right.
And so this is a really good use of it. And I will be supporting your ward initiatives for your ward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
to my colleague in the Fifth Ward, I just want some clarity. Is the first church is the fiduciary
Yes, for Metawani.
for Meadowrock? It's usually, I know, like usually when individuals are fiduciaries, they like charge like 10%. Is it a cost for them being a fiduciary, or?
Well, they have the option.
Yeah.
They have
Yeah.
the option
I
to
don't
manage the
think
funds?
I don't think they're charging them to, you know,
To be
to
the
be the
fiduciary.
fiduciary. But,
Administration fees.
yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other one? Anyone else?
I have one more.
We're still in the first round.
Okay, you got it.
Okay, I'm going to take a few minutes, and you've spoken, Mrs. Jerry Winfrey Carter, you've already spoken to these neighborhood associations, right?
Yes.
I think it's great that you are separating them between your associations. And one question, Metawanani, where is that at?
It's right there. It's from Welch Street. If you drive down ML King, you'll see a sign that says Metawani Hills.
Okay.
Right there.
Okay.
On the going north.
And
look over to the left, you'll see a sign. So
I've
it's that
never
whole
seen that area.
whole area, that whole square.
Okay.
Okay.
A lot of times we drive by signs and don't read them.
Yeah.
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 I know where you're talking about.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. That was my time. Anyone in the second round?
Madam.
Go ahead.
Okay, so going back to what you just said, you did mention that one of the organizations that they were still going to be short money. So do you know their plan to, although you're going to front them some money, do you know their plan to fill the rest of that gap?
They do have, I think they do have some of the money already, but they were trying to get more, so I gave them the more. They did do they did get a couple of quotes for like the signage and everything. But you know that they're gonna get that money because of their association. Yeah, the fees, through the fees.
Request for information?
What's your request?
Neighbor, university.
Does the,
Is the HOA 501c3?
I don't know, because it's to
Yeah.
her, but it's her turn to speak, so I have to talk to her.
Nick
Is
checked that all out.
Is the speaker stating that because it is a homeowners association and there are fees that are attached to keeping up like the perimeter in the neighborhood, that you are covering what the rest of what the fees do not cover? Or what the fees cannot cover because they have fees associated with upkeep and lawn? Okay.
Yeah, yes. They just didn't have enough money to do what they wanted to do, yes.
Okay, go
Yes.
ahead. It's still your time.
All right, yeah, not a problem, because I know our councilman in the ninth ward, one thing that he stressed is, okay, so what's the plan for the rest of it? So you're saying that your money is filling in the, pretty much filling in the gap and there'll be nothing left?
Right, right.
Okay.
Yeah, I think their stuff probably came up to, they've been trying to get money. They even tried to get money through the planning department, our planning department and everything. And so once they came to me, I said, well, just hold up. Let me see what I can do as far as neighborhood initiatives. So-
Okay, thank
so,
you.
yeah.
But so with this being said, and you voted no on my stuff, so do you see the important? I mean, I'm going to vote yes because it's just good work.
I
You know,
voted
and
yes
so-
on some
and-
of your things too, as
Pardon me?
well. I voted yes on some of your things. Yeah.
And so, I
let's
mean,
not get
it's not a
into
back
that.
and forth from Mr. Mitchell. You're being brought to order. Stop yelling out.
Mr. Mitchell,
Crazy.
please.
And so again, Ms. Winfrey Carter, no, through you to the Fifth Ward Councilwoman, no one was blocking your resolution. I wanted to hear more about it because whenever we approve the funds, just like when Mr. Pfeiffer asked you more questions, he got to it before I did. We just want to know more. So again, so we can replicate. And so it was unfortunate that you chose to rush to your seat and vote no for mine. And I would like to thank my colleagues for voting to send it forward. And so I just want to make sure that you hear on record that Ms. Winfrey Carter, we would love to move forward as a body. And we would love for everyone to support everyone's initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
When you were stating, and for clarity, when you have an HOA, which they collect fees, and those fees are collected as being a part of an HOA, and if you don't comply, they're due. You can pay monthly, you can pay semi, depending on the terms. And so they have those funds because they've been in existence since 2000, I believe.
Yeah.
I think,
that's when it
yeah,
was.
because I had bought a lot over there, but they were moving slow. And so with that, to maintain certain things, it is time for upgrades. And so it is time for some landscaping to update their signage as your neighborhood as is improving and housing is improving, along with housing values in your neighborhood, which are really improving. A house was selling over 175,000 on Chippewa. And so with that, you're doing I like seeing this, and you're aware, and you live in the area, you've been there, and you know what's going on. And this is a good use of funds. So again, I will be supporting this. And I think the hypocrisy of some of the things, when people try to admonish, it needs to stop with the negative energy and the toxicity. It needs to stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round? Seeing none, this is the vote to send 240577T to council.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett. Yes. Mr. Alamin,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
She's absent.
Is not in.
She's not in.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Is that all that negative?
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. Could we please have order on the council as well as in the audience, please? Thank you. The next resolution is 240578. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair.
578.
That
That's,
was-
oh, doggone it.
But you got this.
Wait a minute. I bet, that's because I have to go now to my paper. So screw me. No, don't. sorry. I know. Yep, 240582. Is our last resolution. Is there a motion?
Motion to send to council.
There's a motion on the floor to send to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded to send to council. Is there any discussion?
That's, Madam Chair, this is the bricks, right?
Correct.
Yeah, when are we done? Through you two.
Mr. McGa, is
Edwards.
this, oh,
No, he's
McGa
gone.
have left.
He
Okay.
left about 15 minutes ago.
Oh,
Mr. Edwards, what's going on with the bricks now? Because we should have put some cement down there at this rate. Put it
The
on the
bricks
wall.
themselves, and that project has concluded. This is, excuse me, this is an MDOT. Of course, they manage that whole project, every aspect of that project. And this is some cost overruns, if you will, or a change order related to when they, I guess, when they put the pipe in the ground and had already covered it over and everything, they found some instability and movement prior to placing the bricks or whatever, and they had to pull the whole thing up, put
So
a
this
more
is for the
stable.
infrastructure.
The trenching, it's around
Okay.
where the pipe that sits in the middle of the road. It is that reinforcement around it had to be reconfigured and redone.
So was that the one that's on, I don't even know, is it Second Street?
No, Saginaw.
It was-
Going down, right down through Saginaw.
Oh,
The
okay.
pipe
Was it in
went all
front
the way
of
down through
Cafe
Saginaw.
Reme where it was shifting?
No, that was a different issue. This is
Well,
related to,
Well, we got
this was,
roads almost 200 years old.
yeah, this was related to the settling and the sand and the support around the pipe underground.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. And is this it with the bricks?
As far as we know,
What's
this
that mean?
is, this is MDOT, you know, I believe this
How
is
far are we on
the,
the bricks now? Did we finish everything?
everything's done. Everything's done.
Okay. Okay. So that was, okay. I'm good. Thank you.
No problem.
any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? I've got a question. So there was no change for us when they had to pull all the bricks up because they had the wrong underlayment, or is this the same thing? That's what I'm confused about.
No, this, if you look at the material that was provided with this,
And I
this
read it.
strictly deals with the fact that the trenching
Okay.
of the pipe
Okay.
and the stability of the sand and materials that were placed around it.
All right. I just wanted to make sure that, because I thought that because when they had to pull all the bricks back up and relay them, that we weren't going to have to pay for that. This is because that is not a cause of this trench, correct?
No.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you. Is there any discussion in the second round? Any discussion in the second round? Seeing none, this is the vote to send 240582 to council.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion, Madam Chair.
It's been moved by Ms. Burns, supported by Mr. El Alamin to adjourn. Vote, please.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. This meeting is adjourned at 10:03. None. Have no more allowed.
Hello, I'm Ariel Mitchell. I want to speak on the subject of St. Mark. If Greater Holy Temple Church of God in Christ can get reimbursed for running out of food, and why not St. Mark? Until talking about wait till you should, like that preacher on Holbrook Street that built that brand new church, get all that stuff and got a laundromat to wash them kids' clothes when they want to feel bad going to school. They got that done just like 1, 2, 3 without no debating and stuff like that. And one more other thing about them, I feel like Chicken George. I can't get ahead for the red rooster to keep pecking, to treat me like a hen. I mean the red rooster in the elephant in the house. It's the red rooster in here calling the shots. Red rooster, hello, are you listening? Oh my God! Well, I never did understand about a rooster. When I first got married and got my son, the first thing I offered to buy him a rooster, and my wife said, "What you gonna buy the boy?" Well, going. He said, "You can't have no rooster in Flint." I was going, and I was gonna see what a rooster is all about, cause I left Georgia too early. I saw a whole lot of biddies running around. They treat them and they eat them. Step on one by accident, you can kill them by so many. And I wonder where they come from. And I ain't been. See, I can't even get used to this Flint, Michigan, because people like Handkerchief Head, Nick Rose, or whatever they is. I'm trying to find out which one they are. Hey, the rooster moving around over there. Okay, and another thing,
Mr. Mitchell,
ma'am,
please refrain from using derogatory language. Thank
that's
you.
Delaware language. Wait a minute, honey. I'm trying to figure out what's. Anyway, Happy New Year, everybody. Well, every New Year's I'll be trapped in the streets going through the New Year party I had in Grand Blanc 3 years in a row, and they playing that. And the DJ playing that white boy music and all that stuff and do the bunny track. I can't hardly track. And only played Michael Jackson doing the moonwalk. That's the only thing he played out there about that high school out across the street where that gas station at. And it was snow. But the woman didn't want to go by herself. That's why I went with it and barely made it. Anyway, how much time I got, Davina?
30 seconds.
Yes, dear. But man, well, I feel like I'm hen picked already. Rooster picked. Before I even get there. Pick me, Davina. How about that? What? Happy New Year, everybody. Stay tuned. We're going to get our money or else. Tyler ain't going to see to that.
you get to those items, I would request that you amend to the point one and then consider the point ones at the
Got it.
request of administration.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we will need to separate the items to turn them into a point one. Got it.
Oh, there they are.
All right. Are there any more requests for agenda changes or additions? Seeing as how there are no more requests for agenda changes or additions, it is now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box will be placed at the entrance of the city council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaking during public comment, with only one speaking opportunity per speaker. Just want to remind everyone that you are subject to the Disorderly Persons Code subsection. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
First speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, good evening, public. I'm R.L. Mitchell. I want to speak on the situation over on St. John Street about the dope boys. After all the darkies moved out of the neighborhood on St. John Street, they called this putting that 1,000 feet from the trail from St. John with that every kind of marijuana you want to get. Just like the boys from Detroit when they introduced that stuff to Flint, and Flint ain't been the same thing since. And now they still messing up the whole city by letting the Bena city clerk not calling the shots over the second ward lady trying to keep somebody from addressing the city in the proper way. And another thing I want to say about the school over there on Southwestern, the only school in Flint, ever since 1863, it's been 100 years, but from now they still treating the peoples of color like, especially the men's, they ain't let them go to war without shoes on their feet, the darkies, down in Georgia. And just like, and I happen to be born right in the next generation to go to Vietnam, and time we go to Vietnam, they're doing the same thing, and I'm a victim of that right now. In the president, everything is falling in order. It's up to the so-called Christians, and end up to being a Christian too at the same time, and think a Christian don't know what to do when they start attacking Christians. I've been addressed by the Muslim every day at McDonald's, talking about what you gonna do every day. I just barely got out of a shootout yesterday at McDonald's, Pasadena Street in Clio. They said, "Why come you didn't get hit, Mitchell? You was there." And they had to shut down McDonald's for 3 days in a row. And I don't know why coming on the news don't report it. I see what Trump talking about. Fake news, and the fake news they don't report the news. And when they report it, they say another thing and let you figure it out. And when I start talking like this, anybody can interpret what I'm coming, like I'm Area 51 when I start speaking. Then only thing they say, what you doing in the streets? Like, go home. What you doing out here? You old school, get the stuff. And I like it on sometimes I be thinking what's wrong with me because I don't I make it worse. Because they end up getting popped their own self I think they be thinking the other dudes is mean to ride by shooting and the people Top Gun disappeared, talking about the kids disappeared, what we gonna do about it?
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Stupid.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is James Moore.
James Moore, I shall be brief because it is late, hopefully so you guys can hear me. But I would just like to say thank you all for hanging in here and for the most part, trying to work together and get things done. For the new year, I just want to say to Council, Senior Council, Mrs. Winfrey Carter, I want to say thank you for some work that you had did previously off of Kersley and Grand Traverse. The young ladies today were showing me on their phone that there was a car had landed on the rails. And thank God it didn't go in the Flint River. But while they was pointing that out to me, I was pointing out to them that that was your work, the temporary barriers that you had put up, that we talked about kids could come by and fall into the Flint River. When you listen up there in those 9 seats, it really does make a difference. We're your eyes and ears out there, and we bring it back, and when you hear, things get done. So thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Rich Jones is not in. Next speaker is Beverly Biggs Levy. Okay. Arthur Woodson is not in. And Sandy Jobin is not in, so that was the last speaker.
Seeing as how that was the last public speaker, is there anyone for council response? Someone left a backpack unattended? Well, that's not good. It's not good at all.
Madam Chair, I would like to
Councilwoman in the
speak.
5th Ward, you have the floor. Are there no officers up here to collect that?
And I just want to say thank you all, the residents that are still here. Thank you for staying on and being engaged in the process. James, thank you, but it is my job to make sure if I get a call, a complaint, or whatever, I'm going to do my best to make sure that whatever it is, it gets done. And I want to take this opportunity to for all of the 5th Ward residents, please give me a call if you have issues or concerns. I do try to drive through the ward and check out issues and make notes so that I can turn things into department heads. But sometimes it's hard, to see everything, or get to all of the different parts of the 5th Ward. So thank you for bringing your issues. And if you have any issues or concerns, please reach me at area code 810-397-3621. And that's for all of the 5th Ward residents or any of the residents here in the city of Flint. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to pause and say, Madam Clerk, can we see if there's an officer available to come remove that backpack? Given the climate that we face today, I don't think that items should be left in the chambers unattended. All right, is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. And so I would like to give a special shout out again to the Land Bank for collaborating with the 2nd Ward to knock down the Merrill Street units. We know that, again, they have so much memory, rich history. I went to the Merrill Street units. However, they have been dilapidated for a long time. So it looks like everything should be knocked down within a couple of days so we can start something new in the area, especially since the school been closed down for several decades. And so, yeah, so it's definitely a win in the 2nd Ward, and it's a win via the ARPA money that was allocated from this body. So I just want to continue to remind the 2nd Ward that we are working and we are moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Seeing as how there's no one else who wishes to speak during council response, I will take my time. I would like to congratulate the 2nd Ward on your efforts to eliminate blight. Partnering with the Land Bank is definitely something that we all need to do and be mindful of, because we all have structures that we need to get rid of because they are contributing to blight. They're a nuisance, and it's just flat out, we're seeing more and more how they're becoming a danger, and when we leave them up for too long, residents or non-residents take things into their own hands and start burning down those structures, or people go in and do some quote unquote urban exploring and they fall through ceilings and everything else. So I am happy that that project was able to be completed, and that specific area in the second ward is a bit safer and it is blight free. So congratulations on that. And seeing as how I am the last person to speak, we will now move on to the consent agenda. What is the pleasure of this body? Councilwoman in the fourth ward. All right, it is total separation, so we will move on to our ordinances. Our first ordinance is Ordinance 240426-T. What is the pleasure of this body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the first ward.
I'd like to make a motion to amend 240426T to 240426T1, as we've been given new documentation that was updated.
There's a motion on the floor to amend 240426 -T, which is the code to amendment ordinance chapter 24, housing, article 4, fair chance access to rental housing, sections 24-114 to 24-127, and to amend that to 24026.1 as we've just received an amended version. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the fourth ward. Roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk. Thank you. I'm chairing. I got it. Roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns? Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett? The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That is now Resolution 24026.1. What is the pleasure of the body with the amended resolution? Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
Support.
What has happened? There's been a motion to send to council. It's been moved and properly supported. Is there discussion? Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
So the only change from when this was originally discussed back in July, August, whenever it was to ordinance section 24-119B subsection 2. There was some discussion when this ordinance was originally considered that the council wished to see criminal sexual conduct convictions to be convictions upon which an adverse action, as that term is defined, under this ordinance. So a landlord can consider an applicant's conviction of criminal sexual conduct 1, 2, 3, or 4 in making an adverse decision in not to rent to that individual. That's the only change to this draft.
I didn't notice that things were underlined in blue. I see that now. Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Is there any more discussion? And
Madam Chair.
The first round, councilman in the first ward.
Through you to the attorney, just want to say thank you for making that correction. Can't stress enough the importance of housing, and we have a homeless issue in the city, the county, and throughout the nation, but in particular for those who are returning citizens and so forth, the great need for fair housing. I know we had a presentation by Nation Outside. I also had an opportunity to work with you on making some corrections on this resolution. And I think it's a great resolution with the change given to it. And I really hope to get the support of my colleagues, seeing the great need for individuals with backgrounds to have housing. And so definitely want to hope that my colleagues can see the benefit as you read through this resolution. And now that we made that correction from the last discussions that we was having that everyone had concerns about, I think this is a great resolution that should be supported. So I'll definitely be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the sixth ward.
Yes, the changes where I was concerned really about criminal sexual conduct,
especially since I know we had a individual who was in the area and infected a 14-year-old child with HIV by grooming him. That was a problem. Getting this with this late, I'll let everyone listen. I will not be voting tonight to approve this until I can read it. And I'm not going to read it tonight when we have a mountain of paper. And actually the next one either, with the changes, and we just got this. I yield the floor.
Thank you. I would like to remind all residents to please silence your phones. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? All right, is there anyone who would like the floor in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. I think that it'd be a good idea if we were to move this to special affairs, because we've been trying to get this passed for quite some time. The proper amendments were made. And so if we just stop it by special affairs, we can go ahead and approve this in council, because this been over, I say, what, 2.5 years in the making. This was what me and Councilman Worthing was working on before Councilman Elamine came on board. And so it's something that the community needs, especially Genesee County, the north side, because it has been stated we have a high percentage on the north side of returning citizens. And so a lot of individuals could benefit from this. So I don't want to hold it up and leave it here and have to wait an additional month just to get it done. So if we just stop this by special affairs, then we can definitely pass this in council and give everyone the time that they need to read through the ordinance.
So there's a substitute motion on the floor to send this to special affairs. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. That resolution has been moved to special affairs. Moving on to Resolution 240430-T, which is the Code or Amendment Ordinance, Chapter 25, Community Development, Article 1, Community Benefits Agreements, Section 25-1 to 25-7. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the second ward.
I would like to send this ordinance.
Motion, it has to be amended first.
I'm sorry,
It has to be amended first.
I didn't hear.
It has to be amended first
Oh,
to
okay.
appoint one.
Oh, okay. And this is the amendment.
This is community benefits, yeah.
Okay, well, I would like to amend the resolution to appoint one.
All right, there is a motion on the floor to amend Resolution 240430-T to 240430.1 based on new amendments that we were given tonight. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That has been amended to 240430.1. Now, moving to 240430.1, what is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
make a motion to send to council.
There's been a motion to send to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the second ward. Is there discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the sixth ward.
Thank you. Again, because we just got these, I like to read my material. I will not be voting for this tonight. I'll let my colleagues weigh in. I believe in a community benefits agreement, but we just got this. We literally, and we have been since 9:30 this morning, subject to, I don't know what you call it, the courts. And I'm not getting ready to read that. We have a mountain of paper. So I yield the floor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
I just want to state for the record that both ordinances were forwarded to council over the last couple of months as supplemental information. This is the first time we've actually gotten to bring them from the floor, but I emailed these items to you several times over the last couple of months, the same versions, just for the record.
Yes, she said this version.
I didn't read it.
All right, is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Councilwoman in the 5th Ward.
If no one has other discussions, I don't know, do you have more discussions?
I think Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward wanted the floor next.
Okay, I'll yield.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
I was gonna make the motion to, for the sake of our, well, I see that she voted down the, sending the other one to special affairs. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for bringing up that we've been had this. And I see that she voted down sending the other ordinance
Just send it to
to
special affairs,
special
please.
affairs.
What does my vote have to do with our?
And so,
Continue.
okay, thank you. And so, I would entertain the motion of sending this to special affairs so she can read it, but I know she voted down, so I don't know if that is her intention. I'm not going to speak to her intention or motive. So what I will do is.
Are you making a motion to send this to special affairs?
Well, I'll see if my colleagues just want to send it to council where we can discuss it again.
I know that the votes are not there for that. So
Oh,
do you
you
want to
know?
send this to special affairs?
Well, I'll definitely give it a go and see what happens.
All right, is there support for the motion to send it to special affairs? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns,
No.
Ms. Mashat,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. That resolution 240430.1, which is a code amendment ordinance, chapter 25, community development, article 1, community benefits agreements, section 25-1 to 25-7, has been sent to special affairs. I will entertain a motion from
Motion
this
to
body.
adjourn.
There's a motion to adjourn. Is there support? Moved by the 4th Ward, supported by the 1st Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. It is 10:31 p.m. Wednesday, January 8th, 2025. I now call this legislative committee meeting. It is adjourned. Moving on to governmental operations. The time is now 10:32 p.m. Wednesday, January 8th, 2025. I now call this governmental operations committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett? You have 7 members present.
We have 7 members present. Moving on to request for agenda changes and/or additions. Are there any agenda changes and/or additions? Okay, I will make, okay, there we go. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Now is your time.
Yes, I believe we need to remove 240485, hyphen T or postpone it indefinitely? I'm going to ask the clerk because she's been, it's been.
So, sorry, 240-485, you need to vote to postpone indefinitely.
Okay.
That, you
All right.
still have to, drop it, basically, you're dropping that, right?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to not have any.
Okay. So if there are no agenda changes or additions, it is now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box will be placed at the entrance to the council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speaker or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only one speaking opportunity per speaker. Just a reminder, you are subject to the disorderly person subsection. Madam Clerk, first public speaker.
First speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Good evening, Council. I'm R.L. Mitchell. And speaking on the situation of our houses in Flint, Michigan, this Flint, Michigan, where we at right now, was the darkies couldn't get a house unless they fight for it.
Can you please pause his time?
And
Mr. Mitchell, I notice you like to keep saying darkies. That has a racial connotation. Would you please use something that's a little less racially charged, or choose not to use those words? Thank you.
Yeah, okay, like for instance, the people's on the outside, like for instance, the two ladies was in here a little while ago. They said they can't move forward for looking at us. And we peoples of color had to protest to get fair housing in Flint. And that's what Ms. Burns doing. She ain't had time to read them papers. They always give it to at the last moment, hoping that we make mistakes where we don't get nowhere. And people like the Fifth Ward, Salem situation, they're on Welch Street and all that stuff, and you got to look to the left coming from your neighborhood, Mount Morris, to look to see the sign. And we gotta go forward for the people can transfer the money towards us, where we can move on. And like the man in Ward 1, talking about, you see the work. Ain't nobody gonna take Broome Center, the Hassel Center from in the mayor himself, or a puppet calling out, trying to put May's name on the thing where he can trick the people, cahoots with the peoples over in the county, and all that stuff, like we okie dokies in 1863, and then 1963 became us. You got to fight to keep from going to Vietnam, go teach another nation how to fight, and don't want the man of color to go to the basic training. They're always trying to put it on the man of color, the buffalo, or whatever they call it, and then you can't talk about it because the colored man with his wife, or always talk about, you only can limit it to have 2 babies and stuff. 8 is too many, and you don't abide by the rules, you get dealt with. What we getting dealt with now? Teaching that stuff in school, sex stuff, and you have to teach those kids. They automatically learn sex by themselves. And that's why no kids in Flint now, all of them disappeared. And people from the outskirts of the city had to come and tell you, where's your kids at? Like they know exactly who be snatching kids and all that, and you kick them out before they even get through talking. They pick their own stuff out. And you don't want to get to the point. And all these, look at walking away and stuff. Yeah. And then all that stuff in there, and think somebody don't know that. And can't even go to McDonald's and eat a decent meal because about what you doing. Ain't nobody here but old folks and kids. I'm supposed to be all
Next
that
public
stuff.
speaker, Madam Clerk.
The only other speaker still in attendance is Mr. James Moore.
Good night.
Seeing as how there are no more public speakers, it is now time for council response. Are there any council members who wish to respond to the public? Seeing as how there's no one who wishes to respond to the public, we will now move on to the consent agenda. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair, move to approve consent agenda to the, to council.
There's a motion to send the consent agenda to council with separations. It has been properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Are there any separations?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the fourth.
240485, 240522, 240523, 240524.
Are there any more separations? Seeing as how there are no more separations, the consent agenda will consist of 240455, 240514, and 250006. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, just for the record, I just want to say that I gave you a resume for 250006.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I
Yes.
do have a separation, well, but it's no one here to even discuss anything. The comprehensive plan update and the memorandum of understanding.
You want to separate that?
Yeah. I just want to, well, I mean, it's really, yeah, let's separate it.
No problem. All right. So the consent agenda updated 240514 and 250006. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett is not in. Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no. The consent agenda passes. Moving on to Resolution 24055-T, which is the Comprehensive Plan Update Memorandum of Understanding, City of Flint Planning Commission. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move that to Special Affairs.
There's been a motion to move it to Special Affairs. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett is not in. Mr. Alamin. The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That resolution 240455-T has been sent to Special Affairs. Moving on to appointments.
Madam Chair, I'd like to drop indefinitely 240.
Appointment 240485-T, mayoral appointment, City Attorney Joanne Gurley. What is the pleasure of the body?
I'd like to drop that indefinitely.
Councilwoman in the fourth ward, you have the floor.
I would like to postpone it indefinitely.
There's been a motion to postpone this resolution indefinitely. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Yes, is there a discussion?
Nope.
All right, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett is not in. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240485 has been postponed indefinitely. Moving on to appointment 240522-T, which is the appointment of Marsu Hussey, Flint Housing Commission Resident Commissioner. What is the pleasure of the
Madam
body?
Chair.
Councilwoman in the fourth ward, you have the floor.
I'd like to keep 240522, 240523, 240524 in of government ops.
There's been a motion to keep resolution 240522-T, which is the appointment of Marsu Hussey, Flint Housing Commission Resident Commissioner, 240523, which is the appointment of Tradell Kennedy, Flint Housing Commission, 240524-T, which is the appointment of Bob Brown, Flint Housing Commission, here in this committee, and has been properly supported by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett is absent. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes. Oh, yes.
I'd like to change my vote to no.
The vote is 4 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 2 no, so that motion fails. Moving back to appointment 240522-T, appointment of Marsu Hussey, Flint Housing Commission Resident Commissioner. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
send to council.
There's been a motion to send to council. Is there support?
Support.
Moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th
the
Ward.
reason why I originally wanted to keep it in finance, or in government ops, was that I forgot that we had received the resume for this person. And we received it on December 12th, or 16th. At 10:06 PM, so we do have that available. And that's the only reason why I was keeping it in government ops.
All right, is there anyone else? I'm sorry, are you yielding your
I'm
time?
yielding my time.
All right,
Sorry.
no problem. Is there anyone else who would like to have any discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 6th
I
Ward.
will not be voting on this because this is a new appointment. And the Flint Housing Commission had numerous problems, numerous. And we're replacing, I think there were 4 people actually on the board. The one that I did approve, I do know her, Sharon, and she wasn't here. But we have 3 other ones. These are new appointments. I will not be approving any of them without having a conversation, especially with them having problems with the HUD department and finances. With that board, I will not.
All right, thank you. Are you yielding your time?
I am yielding my time. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to have discussion in the first round? Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you. So, through you, to the councilman in the 1st Ward. So I know you were on the board and you expressed that they were short, had some issues with quorum. In addition to, they have not had a resident commissioner for quite some time. So, could you please advise as far as the I guess necessity of appointing someone to this position tonight?
Well, it's definitely important. They need some more additional commissioners over there so that they can have quorum and continue to move things forward. They have been without a residential commissioner for quite some time, and that position is very important. So definitely, I ask my colleagues to consider potentially supporting the residential commissioner at least, so they can continue to strengthen that board and continue to try to move things forward. I know they have brought in some consultants that's working with them and so forth, but again, it's been kind of tight. I know we just appointed the one lady to go over there, so now that they can kind of get things going, but this residential piece is very important as well, and it's something that's a requirement through HUD actually, that they hurry up and get a residential commissioner, even if we postpone the other ones until they come. But I think definitely considering the residential one is very important for the sake of what HUD is looking for at this time before they maybe come up in here and look at some things with them over there.
All right, so thank you so much, Councilman Elamine. So hearing that our councilman in the first ward who was a prior housing commissioner. He's familiar with the board and the needs of the board, as well as having an understanding that not appointing someone to the position could result in HUD having a bigger intervention with the board. I definitely will be in support of the resident commissioner because according to this, and according to our colleague, we received this resume last year. In addition to, he will be filling the 5th seat on the board, which has been vacant. So this is fulfilling the vacancy. So I'm in full agreement. I will definitely be in agreement to postpone the other two. But in terms of this commissioner position, where they have a hard time getting residents to even volunteer for this board. So, and I just want to ask through you, Madam Chair, to Michelle Alameen, is it, from what I was told, they have a hard time getting residents to get on the board?
That's correct. That's correct. It's been some changes. Flint Housing don't own all the housing apartments that they once had. They manage now about five buildings, so it's been very hard to try to get a residential commissioner to fill this seat. And so now that we potentially have someone who's interested, I really hope that our council consider this supporting this.
All right, thank you, Mr. Elamine. So hearing that the pool of residents have shrunk for us to even choose from having a resident commissioner, we have someone that decided to volunteer their time, talents, and skills and abilities to serve on this board to help us continue to do things such as fulfill the housing grant, the $30 million housing grant that we're getting for the Choice neighborhood. Yeah, they have a big role in that. So I would be remiss not to appoint Mr. Hussey from looking at the resume that they submitted and seeing that they have the dedication to want to serve this city. So thank you so much, Mr. Elamine, and thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in
Yes.
this round of discussion? Councilwoman in the 5th Ward.
Yes, Madam Chair. I would like to make an amended motion to the motion that we have on the floor. And I would like to see if we can just stop this by special affairs.
Okay.
So that colleagues can, get more information.
All right, there is a substitute motion on the floor, sending this to special affairs. Is there support?
Support.
I'm sorry, I believe that support came from 2nd Ward.
Yes.
All right, it's been moved and properly supported. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns,
No.
Ms. Mashat,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett,
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. That appointment 240522-T, appointment of Marsu Hussey, Flint Housing Commission Resident Commissioner, has been sent to Special Affairs. Moving on to appointment 240523-T, which is the appointment of Tredell Kennedy, Flint Housing Commission. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
now I'll make the motion 240523 and 240524. I'd like to leave in government ops.
There's been a motion on the floor to use
What?
resolution
Wait, wait, wait.
240523.
Don't ask for a second. I only have one.
Yes, they sent it to us on December the 16th.
Just decided we were gonna leave them both here anyway, so just, why can't we leave them both here?
Madam Chair,
Yes, yes.
actually, the administration has requested that 240524, appointment of Bob Brown, be postponed indefinitely.
So moving on to 240523-T, appointment of Tredell Kennedy, Flint Housing Commission. What is the pleasure of the body?
Move to, I don't have Trudell. Okay. Where did he?
Tredell Kennedy, Flint Housing Commission. What is the pleasure of the body?
Oh, there it is. I do see it. I make a motion to approve, to send to government, special affairs.
Y'all sure stacking them in there.
Yeah, I know.
Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported. Is there discussion?
No discussion.
Wait, no, you said special
Discussion.
affairs? I forgot.
Yep, special affairs.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat.
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
No.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no. That appointment 240523, Trudell Kennedy, Flint Housing Commission, has been moved to special affairs. Moving on to appointment 240524-T. What is the pleasure of the body? Somebody still has to do it.
240, I make a motion to send to special affairs.
No, you make a motion to postpone
What,
indefinitely.
Bob Brown, postponed indefinitely, but never mind.
All right, is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
I was too busy writing this comment.
Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That has been postponed indefinitely. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair, motion to adjourn.
There's a motion to adjourn. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
7 yes, 0 no, 10:55 p.m. Wednesday, January 8th, 2025. This Governmental Operations Committee meeting is adjourned.
I'm gonna blame it on my glasses. I'm wearing different glasses tonight.